Hi. Hey. Yo. What's up, guys? It's 1:24 p.m. on a Friday, and it's Skycatlive. And it's 1:24 on a Friday, and it's 3/27/26. That's a March 27, 26. It's 68 degrees in my house. It's a beautiful fucking day. As you can see from I've been out there today moving stuff to the storage locker and doing errands and, cleaning the house, took the trash out, did all the chores and the laundry and stuff, and I've got a nice clean house. And and as you can see through the door past my television, we've got a very nice, beautiful, sunny day out there. It's hard to see, but you can see through the window. The window's better, I guess. Yeah, the window's better. Look, it's a beautiful sunny day out there. Anyways, I love you guys. How are you today? I am here to play some Eve and some Mortal. And but we'll probably start with 76 here. Yeah, I'll probably start with 76. We'll go do the 76 daily and sell stuff. And then we'll do some Eve Online. And then probably, honestly, some Bellright. Oh, I saw you bought it. Could I ask you your impression? Worth the $2? Oh, my sound is on the wrong screen. Don't mean to bug you, sorry. Ooh, 125,000 skill points at the end. So we're going to drop it off. Sorry, I just got a text there. Okay, we're going to work. What's going on? We have Glente Destroyer to 4. That'll be done in 11 minutes. Nice. And we're going to go in and look for an ISOP here. I kind of doubt it, but we don't know. Free scrap kit. Gotta get in on Eve Online and Mortal. Eve Mortal launch, but play. And and then I think that's everything. Yeah, that's everything. Yeah. Okay, we go back, take a look. Yeah, good stuff. And there we go. Good. Channel content's good. Ooh, yeah, we were doing good. Well, hardcore and all that. Alright. Next ice. Whoa, it's been an hour. I could detonate and go back, I suppose. I missed the ice op. Damn it, 1907. Yeah, that was like an hour and 15 minutes ago. There's no way it's worth the time to go pay them 10 million. Bench press fan. Let's do a Pioneer. I'm liking how fast the Pioneer works. We could try a Retriever. It's kind of early in the day. People are at work. Let's go try a Retriever. Who cares about losing a Retriever? I don't care about that right now. Yeah. We'll go out. Yeah, turn on the music, yeah.
Warp drive active.
Wait. I want you to stop. I want you to dock.
Docking request accepted.
Pontifex and an Eris. They're 14 km away. Yes, they are. This guy came out the minute I did. Fuck was that? You have drones in the bay, and I don't want that there. We'll wait until these guys move on. Eris, Damnation, and a Paladin.
Accepted. Warp drive active.
Over at Operation 6. Squeaky floorboards, sudden death. Wow. My pet gave me a 3-star. Let's go to encrypted. Oh no, I don't know. Oh, did encrypted end already? Yeah, wow, they're like slaughtering this. I guess they are. I like dangerous pastimes. That's an easy one. We could wait 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll just go to dangerous pastimes. I don't care. I don't know. I don't really need to do that. I need to sell stuff. How much did I sell? 115 out of 120. Let's go back to notes and screen down. Sort by value. I can't see my plans to use them, and it's a terrible bug. Hi. Yo. What's up, guys? It's Skycatlive. How are you today? It is Thursday at 1:26 p.m. at 3:26:26, and it's 68 degrees in my house. What's up, guys? It's a Thursday, as you can see from the clock on my wall. Thursday, 1:26, 68 degrees, 3:26:26. And I love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's Skycatlive. I'm going to be playing some EVE Online, as you can hear. Federal election booster. And some Mortal. Alright guys, I'm going back to recording, but I'm not going to stream because stupid ass piece of shit OBS combined with stupid ass piece of shit Google, combined with piece of shit ass Comcast, combined with piece of shit ass Windows, combined with fucking Microsoft, fucking combined with all these terrible software developers, they're not talking to each other. So I'm just gonna upload first and get all the stuff that I need to do done. I'm not gonna stream because it's constantly disconnecting me, and I'm gonna go on about my business. Apparently YouTube is killing OBS, or OBS is killing YouTube, or some fucking terrible software developer orgy of fucking failure. I don't know what it is. People think that I'm not doing quality. I'd say my shit is quality. I would say my shit is quality any time of day. I don't care what other people think. I make myself laugh, and that's all I care about, honestly. Oh yeah, I want to get a sleep buff. It's a good, beautiful day. So I'm just moving on. I don't care.
I don't care.
To try and stop this.
Yeah, fuck these fucking assholes. Fuck them.
All this stuff, and yeah, I don't know. I can't do anything with it. I'm done battling piece of shit software developers. I'm just gonna accept that I can't fight them like this. I don't have it. The PTSD has made it, so I don't have the tolerance to fight these developers at their own fucking failure. You know?
I don't.
I'm gonna stop trying to stream.
They're such terrible pieces of shit. I hate them so much. Whatever.
Streaming and recording. Okay, I'm back, guys. I lost about 10 minutes there. I'm sorry, but you know, the software developers, they steal and cause problems and pass the cost of business on.
They do.
And I lose time, and I just lost time. Sorry about that. But I am completely uploaded, which is good, and I'm learning that for 4 hours of every day, I'm going to have to stay offline because, or we're not offline, but I can't stream and upload to YouTube at the same time. And I'm sure that's some software developer failure, but I don't know what's causing it. I've been diagnosing it for days, and I don't know what to do. So I don't, you know. So we'll see if I ever get around that problem, but it did put me down for a long time, and I wasn't streaming the first 4 hours of this stream. So apparently every day I'm going to lose 4 hours while I upload videos. That's okay. It reduces my time, but I mean, I don't care, you know, honestly. It's fine. Going live.
Software developers causing damage. It's just par for the course. calculate it into the cost of doing your stream.
After 3 eggs, I was able to get back to full. Excuse of you.
Glad it's my home.
If anybody goes to Disney World with their family for spring break, or goes to a
TSA agent supports 6 family members. The last paycheck was $13.
beach somewhere, or anywhere on vacation, and you see one of the 535 members of Congress, take a picture and send it to us at TMZ. We will post that picture on our website, on our social media, and we will put it on our television shows. We want to show what they are doing at your expense.
Why is TMZ... don't like TMZ.
If anybody
Where did I see this? Why? You won't show it to me because you know I'll avoid channel.
Glad it's my home.
if
Can I avoid this
anybody
channel?
goes to Disney World with their family,
Can I avoid this channel? It seems like you're forcing it on me, kind of. Can I avoid this channel? There you. No, you're making it very hard to do that.
Hello, I'm walking to Sydney.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, hello.
Hello.
Yes, that's from West Australia, and I've been walking for 2 years. Yeah,
2
2
years.
years. Yeah.
How have I never heard of you? Do you want some
Thank you.
chocolate?
Yeah.
Chocolate?
Oh, thank you.
So where do you sleep?
Yeah, I sleep in next to the road. Yeah, in the bush.
What? For 2 years?
Yeah, almost there. I sleep on the
Oh,
ground.
you're not almost there, mate. A
Almost.
long way to. How many more days do you think?
1 month. Yeah.
Remember, there's people sleeping on the sides of the fucking roads, whether you think they are or not.
I'm 32 years old with absolutely no direction in life.
I don't know, you got some money for a fancy ASMR camera. I would say you do have direction in your life. It's buying ASMR cameras.
And I still don't know what I want to be when I grow up. And I want to talk about it because I miss old school YouTube where people were raw and vulnerable and really talked about their everyday problems and made everybody feel.
Yeah, it's called TikTok. If you miss people talking raw, go to TikTok.
Less alone and more human. So I want to contribute to that. So this is my way of contributing to all of you and the internet that there's real life stuff going on besides any of the fakeness that's on the internet that makes you feel like crap. I want you to be able to relate and feel seen and heard. I haven't posted here on the internet for a year. I was laid off from a really good paying job a year ago, and when I tell you that I was not ready to see how tough the job market was gonna be, I was not ready, girl. I was not ready at all. I struggled to find a job for 6 months, and I would set aside some time every single day to apply for jobs in the morning, and then I would feel so tired and so defeated because I wouldn't get a reply. I feel like those jobs were probably made up. I would get ghosted. I only had a couple of interviews and then heard absolutely nothing. When I tell you this was the toughest job market ever. I was getting so desperate to find a job because although I was getting unemployment at the time, obviously it expires at the 6-month mark. And I'm like, it's unbelievable to me that I've been given 6 months and I still haven't got a job. One of those jobs that I had even applied to was down the street from my house. It was at home. It's a home decor like superstore. I'm sure you've heard of it. I was so desperate to get any job that I started applying at a lot of retail jobs because I am not too good to work anywhere, okay? I am not too good to work anywhere. I will apply anywhere. If I need the income, you need the income, and a job is a job, right? I applied, I did the interview, the manager really liked me, but he's like, your resume is so good. This is an entry-level position. You're basically overqualified, so I'm sorry. I came home, I felt like nobody saw my potential. Nobody wanted to work with me. I know what I have to give to anybody, really. I'm a very caring person. I'm hardworking, and I felt like nobody could see me. That's just what it felt like. So for 6 months I struggled, and then one of my neighbors ended up getting me a referral interview for her company that she worked for. It's a home building company. Just that foot in the door to get the interview was all I needed. They interviewed me for an hour. They were super, super sweet. That was probably the toughest interview I've had, but it was all good vibes. They liked me. They offered me the job. I did not know it was going to be a temp position. I still took it because I needed a job and I thought it would be a good opportunity, and it was. I loved the girls that I worked with. It was all a bunch of girls, and it was amazing. It was an amazing position. The only thing that sucked was the fact that it was temporary. It was really important for me to get health benefits and PTO and all of the things that you ask for when you're applying for a job, and it was really important for me to get a permanent position before even looking for other jobs. I know I didn't want to leave this, but before even looking, I talked to my manager and I told her, hey, as you know, this is really important for me. Is there something you can do? Is a company thinking about hiring me on permanently? She said at the time, they weren't able to hire permanently, so they were just going to keep extending my temporary position. Based on business needs, they could bring me on, but they could also let me go at any time. I really wanted a permanent position. I ended up applying for this consulting firm. I was the assistant to the owner that owns a firm, and when I tell you that this was the toughest person I had ever had to work with, his personality was almost like childlike, but also bipolar, and he had absolutely no respect for his employees. I would pretty much get yelled at whenever he wanted. He would be happy, and then in the next minute or two he was angry, and then he would have an outburst, and then he was happy again, and then he was singing, and it was just a total mind F, okay? Never met anybody like him. I was trying to stick it out as long as possible because I'm like, well, I know I need the income, I want to save a little bit more money, and this could be a good opportunity. It got to the point where my mental health and physical health was being affected. I no longer had any desire in coming home and making dinner and enjoying my evening. I would come home, probably cry, probably eat, and then go to sleep. And this was an 8 to 5 job, so sometimes I'd be in bed super early just because I was done. I was exhausted. So mentally, I was done. Didn't want to do the things I enjoyed anymore. And then my physical health started being affected too. My heart rate, so I wear an Apple Watch typically, and you know how you can track your heart rate? Well, I would track it every day, and I kid you not, my heart rate was elevated at like 120, 125 for 8 hours straight. Mind you, I was sitting on my ass at the desk. There was no reason why my heart rate would be so elevated when I'm literally sitting down just like this. There was no way that my heart should be elevated like that. And you know how you can track on the fitness app or the health app on your iPhone what your heart rate is every single day? You could even track it by the hour. Well, it was elevated every day. And I'm like, I can't live like this. I'm just waiting to get yelled at. I'm waiting, like every single day was something new. And then when somebody else in the company totally disrespected me, that was it for me. I was like, you know what? Not only am I getting disrespected by him, somebody else also thinks it's okay to yell at me and fix problems by yelling at me and belittling me. I was like, no. This is not gonna work. I actually cried that day. I came home because I finished out my work shift because I didn't want to just quit on the spot without talking to my partner, and you know, just I'm trying to be responsible here. So I came home, I talked to my boyfriend, and I was like, you know what? Every single day I've been affected, my heart rate's affected, I'm getting disrespected. I just got disrespected by somebody else today. Nobody's ever spoken to me like this, the way I get spoken to here. I'm like, I can't do it anymore. Like, how are we at financially? You know, what's going on? And I had never quit a job before. I had never quit a job before without putting in a 2-week notice. And this was gonna be my first time, which was a little scary. And he's like, you know what? It's not worth it, babe. It's not worth for you to be feeling like this, for your health to be affected, your mental health. He's like, I don't even know who you are anymore, you know? I quit my job. I'm unemployed. I know how hard the job market is. And it's not like I can get unemployment because obviously I quit my job. So we have some savings. I still have no direction. I thought about getting certifications.
It's somebody who wants to just skate through life. I was never given this option. For instance, when I was on the streets the first time when I was 28 years old, something like that, in order to get I believe it was $105 food stamps or something like that. This was a while ago, like 20 years ago. It was like 140, I think it was. Yeah, or no, a little bit more. It was like 145, I think. And in order to get $145 to last an entire month, you know, that's like what, $3 a day? No, not even. It's more like $1.50 a day or something like that. It's insane. Or, no, it's a little bit more. It's like $3.50 a day. But and I had to go out, and every week I had to show that I had applied to 40 jobs. You know, it's like 5 a day for 7 days. It's like 35 jobs. And so I did. I was like, I figured, well, they're going to, if I want to eat, they're forcing me to get a job. I thought it was kind of fascism, but I was just like, okay, if I want to eat, you know, then I have to fill out job applications. And I did. And yeah, just like her, I went through 2,000 job applications, but then I also sold everything I owned, hustled. I didn't pay for an expensive house or apartment like this. I didn't have stairs up somewheres or some kind of house or any of this stuff. And yeah, and she's beautiful, by the way. I sold drugs. I would sell video games. I would buy clothes from the Arc thrift store, and I would sell them at Plato's Closet, which was like a designer clothes store. I would do anything. You understand? I would do anything. It didn't matter what it was. And all along in the meantime, and it was like this for I think 7 years. I think it was. I turned in 40 job applications a month. You know, sorry, a week. It was like it was a week. It was like, yeah, what was it? It was like 160 a month or something like that. They all come back. The poor caseworker's like, wow, I can see that you're actually filling in these applications. Most people don't. And I'd be like, yeah, I have a deferred adjudicated felony from when I was 17. And she was like, what? And I'm like, yeah, I got a deferred adjudicated felony from when I was 17. We could pull the Equifax. And after a while, she was just like, you're never going to get a job, are you? They're never going to employ you. You'll have to just, I mean, it was insane. Her attitude got like that. My attitude was like that because I had dealt with it for like 5 years. But by the 6th year, I was coming in there and seeing her, and she was just like rubber stamping it, being like, have a nice day. Because she knew they weren't going to hire me. They were going to hire me. I had a goddamn deferred adjudicated felony for a high-speed chase and fucking possession of ecstasy when I was like 17. And they can see that on their Equifax job report. Every job I applied to had to pay $20 or more an hour because I can make more than $20 an hour hustling on the streets. You know, I was just like, it's got to pay more than that because otherwise, why bother? So, you know, and it was a hard time. And I think in the end, I did fill out like 8,000 job applications. After a while, I started using, what's it called? Jobs.com, whatever it was. I had them build me, I used their resume builder, and I just started applying to a job. I never went on, like Pinterest or any of the other ones, because it's like, those are all corpo jobs. I was applying for McDonald's jobs and driver jobs and stuff that you would see in the Craigslist listings and stuff. I just needed a fucking job. And after a while, I began to realize that if it wasn't the 2,000 job applications that didn't get a response at all, you know, over 5 months, you know, whatever it was also, you know, well, I mean, it was like 5 years, but after 5 months, you begin to realize, but this lady didn't go through shit. She didn't go through shit like I did. It was so cold and hard in goddamn Denver. The rent went to $2,000 a month. Nobody could fucking pay it. The jobs went out the fucking window except for the marijuana place. And you can't work except for the marijuana industry. And you can't work in the marijuana industry if you have a deferred adjudicated felony. They won't give you a green card. So, you know, it's just fucking stupid. So it's like, yeah, when I was 17, you fucking sank me so I could never get a fucking job the rest of my goddamn life. It still hasn't changed. I mean, I went back to it again like 7 years ago when I was like 37, something like that. Yeah, like 37. I went back and I was like, well, I'm getting out of the, you know, the mental health facility, and we haven't got disability yet. I was still like a few months from disability coming through, which surprised us. We thought it was going to be another 5 years before they came back with either a yes or a no, but it only took them, I think it took them 4.5 years. We thought it would take them 7, so they came back like 2.5 years early, and I mean real life years. You know, it's like they came back 2.5 years earlier, being like, you've been accepted the disability, and we're sorry it has taken so long, and we're going to pay you retroactively all of your life for all the disability that you should have had but that you never got because they didn't know what Asperger's and autism was. And I was like, okay. It was a surprise. It was the government doctor's idea. It was just insane. I was like, I don't have to fill out job applications every day just to get $100 worth of food stamps anymore. And they're like, no, you don't. And I began to realize that, you know, and I didn't have nice things like her. I had a trashed apartment with 15 people living in it. We were all smoking weed and drinking and stuff. I had like, you know, I ran the flop house essentially. I didn't have a nice house. There was dirty dishes in the fucking sink. I was out there every day doing stupid ass job applications or on the computer rating WoW or whatever. And I just didn't have like the time or the money or the inclination. I just didn't have it. Like, but I did have it more than her. I had it more than her. She's talking about, I did five job applications. Where I come from in Denver, up until the year, I believe it was 2017, they required you to show 40 submitted job applications every month if you wanted just food stamps. And that's how it was for a long time. Eventually, they just gave up on that because they began to realize that nobody's hiring. Nobody's hiring people from the streets. Nobody's hiring somebody from a poor income bracket or high credit card debt or I mean they're shitty job applications. They're shitty background checks and stuff. Those aren't good. They're gonna pull the fact that your credit's slashed, the fact that you haven't had a job in 7 years, the fact that you have been busted for drugs, the fact that you have been busted for stealing or theft or high-speed chases or hard drugs or possession or distribution or something like that. They'll just find that and then they go, well, we can't hire this guy. Or they do what she's talking about. They'll run you through an interview and then an entry interview and then a real interview and then an exit interview and then they never call you back. And then that happened to me a lot. I remember one time I did 5 interviews. It was a lot. It wasn't that many, but like 1 in every 5 job applications would actually respond. But what they want to do is fuck you around for 5 interviews. And then they decide that because you smell like weed or smell like tobacco or because it looks like you don't have any money or you're desperate for a job or anything like that, they just don't want to hire you. They're like, oh, this guy actually needs this job. We're looking for people who don't need the job, who just want something to get by to pay rent. This guy needs this job. If they sense desperation, they won't hire you at all. They're like, oh no, desperation is indicative of higher problems and maybe we shouldn't hire this guy or whatever. And so I remember the worst time was I had a friend who was a good friend, my friend from the Magic the Gathering circle. His name was Esteban, right? Esteban was a good guy. Esteban had been working at the Office Depot out there in fucking Santa Fe or something like that. And he was like, bro, I can get you a job. I can see that you're trying really hard. And I can see that you're out here 14 hours a day trying to make your life better. I can see that you're struggling and eating like $1 of food every meal or something. And, you know, and he can see, you know, he would buy me like, you know, he'd buy me a soda and something. I'd be like, thank you. And he'd be like, it's a soda. And I'd be like, I don't care. Thank you. I need sugar. And, you know, I was on meth and I was like, thank you for the sugar. You know, I need sugar right now. And he's like, it's okay. I get it. And he was like, Jesus, you actually really need help, don't you? And I was like, yes, I do. I've needed help for years and my city is dying. They won't employ me because I have a deferred adjudicated felony when I was 17. I'm 35 now. And he was like, I'll get you a job. I work at Office Depot. And I was like, okay. Really? I don't believe you, but okay. He was like, yes, if you actually go apply, I will put in a word for you, and the boss is a homie. They'll do me a solid and they'll hire you. And I was like, oh good, okay. Well then I went down to the Office Depot, which was way out there, fucking Titan Road and Santa Fe. It would have been an hour on the bus each way every day for me to take that job at that Office Depot. But it paid $22 starters. And I was like, well, who cares if I'm on the bus for 2 hours if it's $22 an hour. If I clock 8 hours, that's $140. It's worth the 2 hours on the bus, you know? So I went out there, I put on expensive, I told my mom, this is it. It's been 4,000 job applications with no answers. I think this is it. I finally got it in, you know, and I told Esteban, I was like, if you get me the job, I'll pay you $250 out of the first paycheck. He was like, are you serious? I'll spend it on magic cards. I was like, yes. I told him, I was like, I challenge you to get me a job. I was like, I'll pay you $250 if you can. I've been at it for 7 fucking years. I'll pay you half my first paycheck. He was like, that's a lot of money, dude. My paychecks are like $750. And I was like, yeah, I know. I'll pay you $350 if you can actually land me the job. I'll challenge you to do it. I'll show up with a tuxedo if I have to, and I'll be clean or whatever. I'll shave, whatever it takes and stuff, but I will show up at that job and you will see that I'm unemployable. And then in the end, the government saw that I was. And so I went to the job. And they were like, and I tried to apply, and they were like, oh yeah, you're a friend of Esteban's. A friend of Esteban's can work here. And, you know, he was a good guy. He was a really good guy. I love my friend Esteban. He was a good guy. And so I was like, okay, cool. So then you got to come do it because the job pays so much and you're applying for a manager position, but you are qualified. You've had manager positions before, you know, at other places. You qualify for a manager position at this Office Depot for starters 23. We'll bump you $1 an hour for the first like 5 years, and then we'll take you to general management. And I was like, okay, cool. And they were like, have you been a manager before? And I was like, yes, I've been a manager at Einstein's. I've been a manager at BP Gas and Oil gas station. I've been a manager at Conoco. I've been a manager at Whole Foods. Every job I've ever been at, I work my way up to manager because it pays more. You know, working dead end jobs, you want to be manager because it pays like $1 to $5 more an hour. You don't want to be the wage slave jockey who's bitching to the manager. You want to be the manager. So I was like, yes, and this is all on my applications and my resumes and stuff. I was like, yes, I've held 10 manager positions, you know, all that shit. And they're like, okay, you're looking like a good candidate. You're clean cut. You've got a reference with somebody who's worked here for 5 years. You're doing real well. And I was like, okay. And they're like, all right, show up for the entry interview on a Monday at fucking like 7:30 in the morning or whatever. And I was like, okay. And I show up at the entry interview at Monday at like 4:30 in the morning or 7:30 in the morning. I get up at 4:30 and I go down there at 7:30. And they're like, okay, you're promising. We just wanted to see what we were dealing with here. So it looks like you're actually promising. We want to move you forward to an actual interview. And they're like, come back and show us all of your paperwork and stuff, and we'll do an actual interview, and then we'll do an exit interview. We'll hire you for $23 an hour. So then I go back, and they're like, the manager can't make it today. The officer handling hiring or whatever can't make it today. So come back. And that was the second time I went, and that was a 2 hour. That was a 2 hour commute. The first time it was a 2 hour commute. The second time it was a 2 hour commute. The third time I come in and we do the real interview, and finally the officer's there to hire me, and they're like, yes, you're promising, everything's looking good, we understand that you're struggling with poverty, but you're okay, you've got a place to live. And I was like, yeah. And they're like, we're gonna take this job, we're gonna give you this job. And I was like, okay. They're like our policy is to do an exit interview where we take your tax information and all this other stuff at the end to make sure that it's all all copacetic and everything. I was like, okay, cool. So I go out another time, a fourth time, and they did the exit interview, which was like cool. And I was like, oh, cool. So I had the job. They shook my hand. They're like, yes, you have the job. Come back on Saturday or whatever. We'll show you the ropes and we'll give you a uniform and all that. I come back in, fifth time of 2 hours of, oh, here is a confessor. Got to get the fuck out of here. Structures, cry, roll, duck.
Warp drive active.
You gonna target me, bitch? Yeah, bet you are. Bye. Emperor Velis. Who are you? You can pop the crate. I don't give a fuck. Plenty of other shitty efforts have popped the crate. I don't give a flying fuck if you do it or not. Destroy my work like the piece of shit that you are. Or don't, but get on with your day. I don't like your single player gangs. Go fucking play the real game. Appears that some kind of internet issue with GeForce Now? I don't know. Quit out. Is my internet connection bad? No, not at all. So, anyways, so finally the fifth interview comes and goes. That was the exit interview. It was 4 interviews and a no show, like the hiring manager no showed that they were supposed to actually do the exit interview. So yeah, I think it was 4 or 5. I want to say 5, but it might have been 4. I don't remember. It's been so long now. It's been like 9 years or something. And so then by the 5th interview, I go in, and as I'm walking out of the fucking store with the uniform in my fucking hands, the manager comes running out. They're like, hey, blah, 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 come back, right? And I'm like, okay, what's up? And I come back, and they're like yelling at me. And I've had moments like this in my life before where I'm like, I don't want to go back. I think they're going to tell me bad news, But I come back, I'm like, what's up? Sorry, yeah, hey, what's up? And they're like, oh, it says on your background check, and this is the 5th interview, mind you, of 2 hour, 2 hour fucking commutes, hour out, hour back, down Titan on Santa Fe on the fucking 30 or whatever it was, the federal bus, whatever it is. And finally, they come running back, like as I'm leaving the store with the job, and I'm pulling out my cell phone to call my mother to tell her the dark times are finally over. I finally can finagle the job through a friend of mine and all this stuff. I'm calling my mother, and the fucking manager comes yelling after me. We're like, hey, Mr. Smith, come back. And I'm like, okay. And I come back, and they're like, it says on your background check, I just perused all the paperwork that you gave me as you were leaving, and it says on your background check that you have a medicinal license for marijuana. And I was like, yeah, I do. I have a medicinal marijuana license. When I was 26, I had terrible stomach issues, and I didn't tell them it was due to a suicide attempt after all the shit, after the shitty world that they built with their fucking scam fraud bullshit, like these job interviews and stuff. And I told them, I was like, yeah, I had terrible stomach discomfort about 5 years ago, and they put me on medicinal marijuana because I didn't want any habit-forming drugs. And ever since Amendment 64, yeah, I do imbibe marijuana for stomach discomfort and back pain. And I was like, I have a medicinal marijuana. I can get a note from the doctor. Is that an issue? And they're like, oh no, everybody here smokes weed, but I can't hire you. And I was like, what? And they were like, she was like, for insurance reasons, we can't hire you. We can't hire anybody who has a medicinal marijuana license for insurance reasons. And I was like, oh. And I was like, oh, okay. And she was like, I am so sorry to waste both your and my time. I just didn't catch that you had a medicinal marijuana license. And I was like, oh, cool. So I can't have the job? And she was like, yeah, sorry to waste your time. And I was like, no problem. I was like, Jesus Christ, I want to sue you for discrimination. How many people in this world have medicinal marijuana licenses? It's got to be millions, if not hundreds of millions. What the fuck is wrong with these pieces of shit? And that was the worst time. That was when I stopped. I just stopped doing it. I was like, I took the hour-long bus ride back, and I was like, how much did this cost me? It was $10 each way. Oh, sorry. Well, it was $5. It was like $5 to buy a day pass. It was $5 to take the bus out there on Monday. It was $5 to go back out there for the second interview on the Thursday. It was $5 to go out there on the third interview that they no-showed for. It was $5 to go out there for the fourth interview. And as I'm leaving, they tell me they can't give me the fucking job because I have a medicinal marijuana license. This isn't the first time this has happened to me either. And I was just like, no, man, I'm done with this fucking job market. Who cares if I have a medicinal marijuana license? It's an Office Depot. What am I going to do? Operate the fucking forklifts? No, I'm not. There's no forklift at Office Depot. What the fucking marijuana effect at Office Depot? I guess you don't want some stoner stealing from the register or whatever. I get that. But her thing was insurance reasons. You might hurt yourself in the print with the printers or something. And I was like, okay. And that was the last time I tried. It was soul crushing. As I pulled the cell phone out of my pocket to call my mother, and I was damn near crying. I was like skipping and dancing out the door. I was like, the dark times are over. I'm finally going to be able to pay rent and stop borrowing money and, pay for all my stuff. And I'm clean and I'm sober and I'm going to keep this job. And I'm so happy. I was like skipping out the door, zippity doo-dah. And they come back and they're like, sorry, sir, sorry for 5 fucking interviews and some bullshit and $25 on the bus and all this stupid ass shit and meals and all this shit. Hey, we took basically a week of work from you. We took like 10 hours of work from you just to tell you no. And I realized I can't do this loser ass piece of shit liar situation. You guys don't want to hire a felon. You don't want to hire a deferred adjudicated felon. I don't want to work with you. I don't want to try with you anymore and all this stupid ass shit. And that was the last time I tried. I remember I came down the fucking, whatever that is, the 31 down fucking Santa Fe from Titan Boulevard or whatever it was for the 5th time and round trip or whatever. And I traveled like 60 miles over 5 trips to go and fucking try and get this job. It was just fucking insane. And I was just like, this is not working. This is not working for me. The lies, the bullshit, the standards, the problems, the fucking, all of it. It just wasn't working for me. I was like, I am leaving the fucking job market. I'd rather die on the fucking streets. And that's the feeling that she's got. I've been there before. I tried so much harder than her. Like, for instance, you think I might be kidding, but no, I used to sit in the back of Stella's coffee house in Denver, the biggest coffee house in Denver with tons of people in the back, right? And I would say, hey guys, I'm homeless on the fucking streets, and I would laugh about it. I'd go ting, 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 ting on a glass, and I would tell 40 fucking people, all my best friends and stuff. I was like, I'm looking for a job. Ting, 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 ting. I'm looking for a fucking job. I've got a deferred adjudicated felony from 17 years ago. If you can get me a job at one of your fucking at one of your workplaces, I promise I will never harm you or the workforce or do drugs or anything like that. I desperately need a job so I can pay for my life and my rent and I have a new girlfriend and all this stuff. I was like, ding, ting, 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 ting. I need a job. I swear upon God and my father's grave, if any of you people can get me a job, I will give you $500 cash out of the first paycheck and I'll sign a contract saying so. That's what I did with Esteban. He was like, if I get you a job, you'll pay me half the first paycheck. And I was like, yeah, I'll sign a contract saying that. And I did. I signed a piece of paper saying, if you get me this job at Office Depot, I will pay you half my first paycheck, which is going to be like $250 to $350. He really needed that money for Magic the Gathering cards and stuff because he was like the most talented Magic the Gathering player I've ever even conceived of or met or heard of or anything. He was slaughtering anybody he ever met and stuff, and I immediately gravitated to him. He was a winner. I gravitated to him. He didn't lose at Magic the Gathering. I don't think I ever did beat him. He was amazing. And so I was like, yes, I'm dead serious. I will pay $500 cash out of the first paycheck just so I can get the job. And everybody there is like, you're lying, you're kidding. No, get me a job at the sexy pizza place. Get me a job at the 7-Eleven. Get me a job at anything on South Pearl. Get me a job at the Park Burger. I looked at my friend, what's her name? What's her name? Mina? No. It wasn't Mina, but my friend, she had I can't remember her name now. I can see her face perfectly, but I can't remember her fucking name. But My friend worked at Park Burger, and she started out at 15, but she worked up to like 22 and stuff, because that's a shishi burger place, like Mr. Beast Burger or whatever. And so, and I was like, get me a job at Park Burger, get me a job at Stella's, I was like, ting, 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 ting. I will sign a contract with you. If you can get me an in, it's your fucking job. I will pay you $500 cash out of my first paycheck. And all of them came back and be like, I'll get you a job, bro. I'll get you a job, bro. And then they were like, nope, we aren't hiring. All of them. They all came back. They were like, yeah, for $500, are you serious? And I'm like, yes, I'm serious. I'll pay you $500 if you'll get me a goddamn job. I have a good resume. I have a fucking good work history. I've had 65 jobs. I've only ever quit. I've never been fired from a job. The job market is fucking shit. I'll pay you $500 cash to get me out of it. I used to get real animated about it. I'll pay you $500 to get me out of it. And they were like, dude, you know, Skycat, we'll do it. We'll get you, bro. All of them came back with no's. All of them. They all came back with no's. Turns out we weren't really hiring in the first place. It's a lie. And they come back angry because they're like, we want to get that $500. But no, they're not actually hiring. They're not actually hiring. It's all a lie. It's all nepotism or inside hires. It's none of them are actually hiring. Even for $500 cash at stake, they aren't fucking hiring. It's a fucking lie at that point. And that was like that week too that I tinged the glass at the back. I tinged the glass like it's a fucking, you know, like a wedding or something. And I went ting, 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 ting on a glass. And I said, hi guys, I'm going to take 10 seconds of your time here and I'm going to make it fast. I'm desperate for a job so I can get my ass up off the fucking streets, and I'll pay $500 cash out of the first paycheck if you can get me a job anywhere along South Pearl Street. And they were like, are you serious? And I was like, yes, I will pay you $500. I'll sign a contract with anybody here who can get me a job. If you get me an interview and I land it and you can get me into your job, I will sign a contract saying I'll pay you $500 cash. I am that desperate for a job. I've applied to 4,000 places. I've never been convicted of a felony. I don't have a bad work history. I just don't know why, but I've been the whole time I've been sitting in the back of this coffee shop. I fill out 40 job applications every day. It's been 2.5 years since I got a goddamn response. And when you start slapping $500 cash down on the fucking barrelhead or whatever, like you begin to realize, no, they can't get you a job. Your history or the fact that you're homeless or that you look desperate or poor or whatever it is just too much for most managers. They just won't do it. They're scared of it.
To maybe get some new skills.
So after a while, it's like, I'm not doing this job market anymore, and also I won't support any politician who doesn't offer us a job. The most beautiful scene I've ever seen in any television show was on what's it called? House of Cards, right? There's this awesome scene where Kevin Spacey goes out in front of the fucking White House and sets up a fucking, like a lemonade stand sign-up booth, right? And he goes, if you are unemployed and you want a job, we will give you one. We don't care if you have a drug addiction. We don't care if you're homeless. We don't care if you're starving. We will give you a job if you want one, right? That's what needed to happen 15 years ago. But no, the rich white people just keep stealing. That's what actually fucking happens in this society. The rich white people keep stealing. The jobs aren't a reality. It's all some kind of AI fucking hallucination lie. It's insane. And yeah, they'll hire you if you're white and you've never had a conviction and you've never had a drug addiction, but it's like they're so discerning that they've now made it impossible for anybody in America to work. And at that point, I just left that. I was like, this is a job application industrial complex. I'm not doing this anymore. Just like the prison industrial complex, I left that too. I was like, I'm never breaking the law ever the fuck again. I would rather die first. You understand? Die first before I'll even jaywalk. If it means entering the prison industrial complex of the fucking system ever again, I'll fucking die first before I jaywalk. You understand? And the same thing, I will die first before I go back to that bullshit ass job application industrial complex. And I'll fucking die first. I'll fucking die first. You understand? I'll die first. I'm not going back to that. I'll rob banks first, and I'll die in a hail of bullets by the pigs or whatever. I'll fucking die first before I engage in their matrix lies of fucking fear and that lie of a society they built off of lies. I won't do it. And I've got more reasons than most. When you're slapping, and I had that offer out for like a year or two. I was like, everybody knows, if you can get me a job, I'll pay you $500 cash. And everybody, after a while, they started to really like me because they began to understand. They began to see what I was actually up against. So they saw me slap down $500 on the barrelhead. I was like, get me a job, I'll pay you $500 cash. And all of them were like, I'll get you a job, I'll get you a job. They all came back within a week being like, we're not actually hiring.
Get a new job.
All of them. They all wanted the $500 cash, all of them, but they couldn't get it. They couldn't get it because it is actually a lie. The fucking current system of everything, from the jobs to the taxes to the money to the credit cards to the politicians to the wars, the military, the jobs, the military job and industrial complex, the fucking job application industrial complex, all of that shit. It's completely fucking lies. It's all lies. If you subscribe to it, you already had money. Congratulations. You're a Nepo baby.
Opposed to anything.
She's a Nepo baby. Where the fuck do you think she gets this fancy house from? I've never lived in a house bigger than fucking 600 square feet. My house isn't bigger than 600 square feet. This lady has 1,300 square feet. Where the fuck did you get that from? You're not trying hard enough. You're not actually from the ghetto with fucking felony drug addictions and convictions and police stomping your fucking ass and throwing your ass in prison for 10-year fucking mandatory minimum sentences. You are facing the same shit. You were facing the job industrial complex like I was. And I gave up.
And I'm not opposed
I'm
to
sure
it.
she didn't. I gave up. I was just like, nah, fuck it. I'll die on the fucking streets first before I fucking wheel and deal with these worthless, rich, white, cocksucking pieces of shit who destroyed America. I'll die first on the streets, you understand? I'm not dealing with their fucking shit.
Working anywhere, but I'm also in a state.
Yeah, this frustration. I went through something like 10 times this frustration, and I don't have any sympathy for you. I've in the end, I counted up to like 5,000 job applications, no answers. Why? Because I got a deferred adjudicated felony 17 years ago? Why? For what? Possession of marijuana or whatever? Ecstasy? Fucking stupid. What do you care about what 17-year-old kid does? When I'm 35, what the fuck do you care? Fuck these fucking assholes. They are killing our country. They are descending whole generations into poverty with their exclusionaryism or whatever. You know, they exclude their excludism or whatever. They exclude everybody who isn't white and has money. They're fucking stupid. They can see that this girl isn't white, so they don't hire her. I guarantee you that's what it actually is.
Stage in my life where I'm trying to figure out what truly makes me happy and what I really want to do in life in order to bring me like that.
Yeah, she's in. I got to this too. I was like, I am not happy with the prison industrial complex. I'm never breaking the law again. I'm not happy with the job application in industrial complex or whatever. I'm not fucking doing that anymore. I'm not happy with the fucking system. I'm not happy with drugs. I'm not happy with jobs. I'm not happy with money. I'm not happy with with politics and the government. I'm not happy with how if you don't have a fucking address, you can't get a job. If you don't have a job, you can't get an address. If you can't get an address, you can't get a job. If you can't get a job, you can't get an address. If you have an address, it's because somebody gave you an address because you haven't had a job in 7 years, etc., etc. And after a while, the whole cyclical fucking problem of it, it's just like, nah, go fuck yourself. I'll fucking kill you first before I'll fucking work in your matrix of fear for your fucking world that you built off of fraud and credit. You know, I'll fucking fight you first. I'm not joining your fucking stooge brigade. I'm not working for your fucking tax money so you can go and buy children. I'm not fucking doing shit like that. I'm not working for fucking slave driver stooges. I'm not fucking doing that. I'll fucking wither away on the fucking streets in a bottle and a crack pipe before I'll fucking wheel and deal with these pieces of shit and the damage that they've done to the world with their rich white piece of shit fucking problems. Piece of shit, rich white software developers passing the cost of business, or politicians, passing the cost of business onto all of the other humans in the human race. It's disgusting. Fuck them. They're fucking stupid piece of shit. Fucking loser machine can suck a dick. I'm not a member of their loser machine, and I never will be. Fuck their fucking world. Every bit of they say get a job. I say hit a knob. The way you run the world is every bit of fraud. That's Tech 9. I've never forgotten it. That's off Absolute Power. It's the absolute power, like her. She's feeling it too. It's the absolute power of understanding that you don't have to deal with these shitheads and their fucking rules anymore. You'd rather just survive on the streets if you have to. It doesn't matter. But you're not fucking dealing with these stupid rich white cocksuckers anymore.
sense of fulfillment that I've been searching for.
That's the fulfillment. Me too. I was like, I'm not dealing with these shitheads anymore. I believe in Disney movies and Frozen and happiness and happy kingdoms and fun and fancy free and, you know, Alice in Wonderland happiness and pretty colors and beauty and sunshines and lollipops and kittens and everything. I believe in all of that shit. You guys believe in gulags, job applications, problems, taxes, murder, war, problems, rape, child rape, all that stupid ass shit. You don't come from the same positive, fun and fancy free place that I come from. You have a military industrial job complex made of fucking fear, and I left your matrix 7 years ago. Fuck you fucking pieces of shit. Take your fucking fraud and go fuck off somewhere else, suit dummy. I don't want your fucking reality anymore.
I always come back to YouTube. I really feel
Oh, you got to get yourself a good job, girl. Go marry somebody with a good job, girl. Whatever happened to falling in love with a motherfucker with a bus pass? That's Dr. Dre. Whatever happened to falling in love with a motherfucker with a bus pass? That's not a reality in the piece of shit rich white fraudulent world that the rich white fucking efforts built. It's just not a fucking reality. Young poverty, love, it's just not a fucking reality. You gotta be making that money, bitch. Get on that corner like me and get that money or whatever. It's fucking stupid. It's a terrible society. Fuck them.
feel like I should go all in. But
And it's white people. White people cause this. White people bring invasive plants to places where they don't belong. White people make other people work jobs that they don't want to work. It is rich white people causing all of these problems. I'm sorry, but it is.
part of me,
Let's see. Was it a rich white man who started the Holocaust? Yes. Was it a rich white man who started Vietnam? Yes. Is it a rich white man who started fucking 9/11 in Afghanistan? Yes. Is it a rich white man who started Kosovo and fucking Benghazi and shit? Yes. Is it a rich white man who went to fucking Venezuela and kidnapped Nicolas Maduro? Yes. It's always some rich white man trying to pass the cost of being a human on down to the fucking lower class, and I won't fucking do it anymore. I'd rather hit the crack pipe, sit in the fucking bottle, be that homeless on the fucking corner that you fucking hate, and plot your fucking murder, you fucking piece of shit, goddamn fucking despots. You know, and it is your problem. It is your problem. And joblessness is on the rise, and homelessness is on the fucking rise. And her talking about 1,000 job applications is on the rise. It's not me talking about that. This normie, she's a fucking normie. She's talking about the 1,000 job applications. She's not some druggie like me who was chased by the police when he was 17. She doesn't have a record like that. She's a normie, and you won't even hire her because you just think that we're all gonna be on unemployment eventually or something. I don't really know what your fucking thing is. You can suck a dick with your fucking standards, rich white people. Suck a dick with it.
kind of doesn't.
You think your standards are so good, they're almost godly. No, your piece of shit rich white standards that you destroyed the world with, that bougie shit that you chase, it ruined the fucking world. Fuck you, assholes.
Believe that I should. All my friends and
I have to rage like her, except I dealt with 10 times what she dealt with. I've got sympathy for her, but I mean, she's not been there. She's not been there on the streets with a fucking meth addiction, fucking like living in a burnt out restaurant, filling out 4,000 job applications, going to see the fucking, you know, the fucking, both your caseworker at the mental health facility, as well as the caseworker at the fucking, at the federal building that decides whether or not you get to eat or not. You go in there and you say, oh, I'm sorry, drug addiction and problems and poverty. I'm living in the stairwell at the Decker Library branch and all this stupid ass shit. She's a normie. She didn't have any problems like me and she still can't get a job. And that's how you know that the fucking job application industrial complex, like the prison industrial complex and the military industrial complex, designed by rich white people to trample everybody who isn't rich and white, can suck a fucking dick, and I'd rather kill you than fucking subscribe to it. I'd rather kill them, honestly.
family, they have seen my channel and they're like, you have so much potential.
You don't, though. You don't have a lot of potential. You are acting like a victim. Victims don't have a lot of potential. You have to talk like me, like, oh, I gave up. I stopped doing the Matrix of Fear and I walked out of it and now I've got my own home and I got no problems. You know, you gotta be like me. You gotta just be like, no, it's a zero-sum game. These rich white people mean to fucking rape and kill us, and you have to get away. You have to get away from it. However you get away from it. I got away from it. I've got no sympathy.
You need to stick to it. Don't give up on yourself.
Yeah, I got off the streets. I've got no sympathy for it. I think it's actually more like, until you allow me to go fucking waste these fucking piece of shit rich white people like Donald Trump and shit, or whatever it is, not waste, but I mean lay them to waste, as in like, you know, put them in prison that they put their children in for drugs. Until you allow me to imprison these fucking white people without your moral judgments of imprisoning these shitty white people as they take us to war with Iran again, I don't give a flying fuck what you say about it. I don't care how much sorrow it causes. I've got no sympathy for the crocodile tears Americans who are like, oh God, the rich white man fucked us or whatever. Yeah, we saw it coming for 12 years. I mean, we saw it coming. You backed him, and now our piece of shit country is a piece of shit. And now we do have to make America great again. We didn't never have to make America great again until he took power. Now we do. Now we do. It's like it was an admission of guilt. So you're going to have to make America great again after I'm done with it. It's fucking stupid.
And they just see so much more in me than
I see a lot in you. I see a lot in you, but what I will tell you this, you are chasing jobs at the mid-level, and I'm going to tell you how I think of it. You can't be chasing jobs at the fucking mid-level. I never did. I demanded $20 to $25 for every job because I know that's what rent costs. Rent is $2,000 a month. That is $25 an hour. If you can't get $25 an hour, you can't fucking pay rent. Do the fucking math on it if you think I'm fucking wrong. So yeah, if they came back with a $10 an hour job, I'm like, well, then I'd have to work 2 jobs at 80 hours a week to be able to just make rent. And you know what's going to happen then? Methamphetamine.
in myself. I don't know where.
Which is what happens when I have to cover 80-hour weeks just to pay rent, you know? And it's like, fuck you fucking assholes. I'm fucking done with your lies and your sick games, your prison industrial complex and your drug industrial complex and your job application, your job industrial complex and all that stupid ass shit that you do to suppress all the other fucking people in your country. I'd rather just fucking kill you first. How's that? I'd rather kill the rich white man first, honestly, than work for them now. I mean, how's that?
I do want to post more on YouTube, and then also.
It was a good video. I see your frustration. You didn't go through a tenth of what I went through, and it was still enough to break you and make you make this video. I have some sympathy. I could do a lot of videos like this, not just one that gets, it's 300,000 views, but nobody subs to you. Look, 300,000 views. Probably a couple of them are like double takes. They're like coming through to see it a second time and stuff. So call it like 200,000 views. But 200,000 people watch this video, and maybe 3,000 of them subbed. Because they want you to act bougie. They want you to act like you don't care about other people's feelings. They want you to act like you're not the victim. They don't like it when you talk about being a victim to their terrible job industrial complex and all their fucking their employment industrial complex and all this. They don't want you talking like you're a victim, which is why you have 300,000 views and 5,000 subs. It's insane. They'll sub to Asmongold and they'll bring him to 20 million, but they won't sub to you because
for a job.
Because you're not condemning poor people for being the pieces of shit that the right wing says they are or whatever. That will put butts in the seats. Somebody complaining about the actual reality that is the job industrial complex and the matrix of fear that I've fucking left, that isn't going to put subs in the fucking pocket. That's not going to do it. They're going to say you're a victim. You got to go talk shit about the poor people. You can't be the poor person or they won't back you.
If nothing.
You are the poor person complaining about them stomping you into the dust and grinding your bones to dust and being the grist in their fucking mill. They don't have any sympathy for that. They want you to talk shit about poor people. They don't want you to act like one. That's how bougie rich white people, that's how bougie shit ass cocksucker rich white people think.
Else, I know YouTube will help me document my life, possibly help others, and if nothing,
it did help, babe. I hope you got around this. I hope I don't know, but I hope the screen career somehow gets you out of this, but I don't think it did. This is a year old. You got 300,000 views, but only 5,000 subs, and I'm one of them. I'm one of the 5,000 people in this whole circle that actually has decency in their hearts and souls. The rest of them are too busy to click a button on somebody that they listen to. It's kind of like whenever somebody ever got up and did public speaking in your whole life, what do you do at the end of it? You clap. Even if you don't like what they're saying, you clap. Even if Trump's getting off the fucking podium, you fucking clap. And you're like, well, he's president, he's due his decorum or whatever, right? So to me, YouTube, clapping is hitting the like button, which is free, just like clapping. It's free. You know, it's free. It doesn't cost anything except the skin on the back of your fucking finger or your hands, right? And like, but 300,000 people won't do that. They're that fucking shitty. That's the matrix of fear. You either have to be her or you're one of these people that don't sub. You know.
Anything else that is enough for me, at least that is enough. And if it does become a
You have beautiful brown eyes, and I would marry you.
Time gig, that would be phenomenal. That would mean the world to me. We could be doing better.
My ex, well, she wasn't really my ex. My best friend when I was growing up, she had beautiful brown eyes like this.
In so many aspects of life.
Fucking dark brown as her hair.
But I think that's part of life, is just trying to figure it out and being the best person that you can be to this.
Yeah, be the best person you can be in the prison industrial complex, in the military industrial complex, in the job industrial complex, and all that career industrial complex. The rat race. They used to call it the rat race. I call it the career industrial complex, designed to turn you into a matrix battery so they can farm you for rent money all of your goddamn life. I fucking left that shit 7 years ago. You understand? 7 years ago. You posted this video 1 year ago. I full-blown left, as in I successfully left and stopped thinking about it 7 years ago. And I'm sorry, I got to this much
this
faster than you.
world, being humble.
They were way more mean to me, probably because I don't have a vagina or boobs. They were so meaner to me. When I was in city jail for one of my many visits, they ran some kind of sound warfare program while I was sitting in the cell. And for 2.5 days while I waited for a court date, they ran some high-pitched squeal. It was like that, but it was a little higher than that. For like 2 days. And by the end of it, I was like pounding on the window and I was like, you gotta turn off the sound. I can't sleep. It's been 50 hours. You gotta turn off the sound. And that's what I think of when I think of the prison industrial complex. It's not the court dates, the 200 court dates, or the fucking me for less than a gram of methamphetamine or heroin for trying to fuck me for 10 years, mandatory minimum sentencing for possession of less than a gram. I think about how when I went to one of my many stays at city jail, they committed sound warfare on me in the fucking downtown Denver city jail, and they let some screech go, and all of the inmates were crying, and everybody was fucked up, and I realized I was in some kind of crazy experiment and all that. That's the prison industrial complex that I know. You probably just think of it as, oh, dummy went to prison for writing bad checks. No, the real prison industrial complex is kind of like the Vietnam War.
And being kind is all.
You're basically a gorilla in a jungle. It's insane. Look at all the prison videos that they talk about, how to make prison food and stuff like this. You'll understand that the prison industrial complex was way worse than the job industrial complex. I dealt with all three. I dealt with the prison industrial complex, the job industrial complex, and I tried to join the Navy, and they told me I was too fat. I dealt with the military industrial complex too. I've tried to be a productive member of this fucking society, but the rich white cocksuckers have ruined this country and this world. And there's no play here. We've got to get rid of them before we can ever heal. There's no play here. Getting a job and paying their $2,000 a month rent isn't a solution. Killing them might be, or firing them, or getting them out of office might be. But going to the job and paying $2,000 a month for rent is not a fucking solution. Or $500 for power or water, or $5 a gallon of gas. That's not a solution. We have to kill the rich white people. That's a solution.
Matters, and loving yourself. You can't forget that. I am going to continue to stay positive, continue to apply for jobs, seeing if there's anything out there that truly piques my interest. Hopefully I can continue to make videos, and I feel like I'm just looking for that sign from you guys to tell me, you know what, this is for you. But I know that at the end of the day, I need to do this for me. If you're struggling with any of the topics that I've mentioned, feel free to leave a comment, and keep the comments very positive, very kind. If you have negative things to say, this is not the place or the time. I am not looking to get any type of pity or anything like that from anybody. I'm simply just putting this video out there so somebody can relate and feel like they are heard and not alone, and be able to also continue to push themselves to be a better version of themselves. Just know that all this shall pass. This is temporary, and this is needed to get you to the next step that you have either been procrastinating or ignoring, or simply just not believing that you can. Hope this video was helpful. I will see you guys hopefully in the next video. Bye.
Let's face it, you suck at Valheim. Fortunately, I played a...
I'm 32 years old with absolutely
The AI-powered Play-Doh will boost analytic skills and problem-solving and adapt in real time to a student's pace, prior knowledge, and even emotional state.
I feel like I start every single video by saying it's over, it's actually over. Well, now it really is over. So on Wednesday, First Lady Melania Trump welcomed a speaker to the White House's East Room. This is a room where there's like politicians, war heroes, foreign leaders, athletes, Reddit moderators, and of course, celebrities. They're all given the honor of speaking. But this time, Melania introduced a new speaker, a humanoid robot, which basically just means it's a person controlling it behind the door. They've probably got like a little Xbox controller and an Xbox mic. The robot referred to itself as Figure 3, who spoke in front of the audience of tech executives and first spouses from around the world. We're actually cooked. We're really cooked, man. Like, it's over. It's over before we even had a chance to say it's over. I actually can't tell who's gonna fall over first, the robot or Melania.
Thank you, First Lady Melania Trump, for inviting me to the White House.
So you can immediately tell it's not a robot. It's just someone controlling it, and then also speaking from like, she's probably hidden behind the doors back there.
It is an honor to be at Fostering the Future Together's Global Coalition inaugural meeting. I'm Figure 3, a humanoid built in the United States of America.
Jesus Christ, they're like trying to live out the Animatrix, like they didn't listen to about the warnings about the third Renaissance. This is the third Renaissance. It leads to having the sky blacked out by AI that gets out of control and stuff. Skynet or fucking Matrix or the agents or whatever. And yeah, and this is a scene. This is a scene from the Animatrix. It's pretty much exactly the scene from Animatrix where the robot shows up and offers peace to mankind when the president is like, no, you've killed too many of us. The robot just kills the president.
Coalition inaugural meeting.
Pulls a gun out of his arm or something, kills the president right then and there.
Figure 3, a humanoid
You have to work with the machines.
built in the United States of America.
She looks so confused, bro. I can't even tell if she's looking at the robot or not. She's gone into standby mode. The real robots are speaking, honey. Pipe down. You designed that robot they literally removed the ass. Why bother? So this robot was made by a company called Figure, which is an AI robotics company that was founded back in 2022. Now, this company raised a lot of money very quickly, around $2.5 billion. This was from Jeff Bezos, Nvidia, Microsoft. Nvidia, as you know, they also love AI with their outstanding DLSS5. Okay, DLSS5 off. Very nice art style. Definitely not reaching Uncanny Valley at all because it's so stylized. What have you done? You just made her lips bigger. Okay, so honestly, you've just ruined everything. How? The background doesn't look any better. She just looks like a Snapchat filter now. And the worst thing is, right, you've made her look so human. She looks like shit. She looks like she's had like lip injections done. She's got like the smile lines down here. You've made her objectively worse. I like how they did a pause frame on Leon. They didn't actually do one where he was moving. I wonder why. What have you done to his beard? Beard hairs do not grow this spaced out, bro. You made him look like he's got a patchy beard and like a mix of like cordyceps fungi growing on his chin. Yeah, great stuff, man. Now, Figure is actually going through a legal battle at the minute with their head of product safety, Robert Grundle, because he sued the company over wrongful termination, alleging that he was fired after warning the company that these robots were powerful enough to fracture a human skull. He also said that one of these robots was actually able to carve a 1/4-inch gash into a steel fridge during an apparent malfunction. So Melena, I'm gonna keep butchering her name, Metro's booming track. She actually spoke at the summit about AI, saying how interesting it would be if we had like an AI teacher called Plato that would have access to all of humanity's entire corpus of information.
Imagine a humanoid educator named Plato. Access to the classical studies is now in...
Can he teach you how to speak? What was that? What? What was this? Let's watch them work. Go, Assaultron! $5 on the Assaultron! Come on, Assaultron! $5 on the Assaultron says she does it before they kill her. I don't think she can die, for one thing. Come on, Assaultron! Oh, 2 down, 1 to go. Oh, she's gonna fry him. She's got a full charge. Oh, bitch. Yeah, you better run. Oh, his stomach hurts. His tummy hurts. His tummy hurts. Oh, no, you fried a hole in his belly. Oh. Kick his ass. Kick his ass. Kick his ass. Fry him. Do it. Finish him! Ah! You're not dead. Oh my god, how are you not dead? I put him out of his misery, don't worry, babe. Always fun to get a finish him moment out of the sandbox at the place where you live. Proof again, the 76 is a good game. It just is. It has tons of wacky stuff going on all the time that you wouldn't think would happen, which is why it's so good. This is the wackiest game I've ever played, absolutely hands down. Way more than Grand Theft Auto even. It's just wacky shit happens. It's probably why it's like basically my favorite game. Shaggy Dubinsky. Who was that guy who came to visit? The Idiot 69. Let's go see Lane and do an easy daily. Oh, test your metal, huh? I like test your metal. That's the one in the dome. Yeah, I'll probably do this one because it's fast. 3 rounds, Rust Eagle robots.
Instantaneous. humanity's entire corpus of information.
Why did you think that you needed to put Melania on a microphone? Did you think that Americans would like it?
Is available in the comfort of your home.
So yeah,
what? Something about a home? No idea what she said.
Training to become a teacher right now, I wouldn't do it. That's another job.
I'm terribly sorry. I'm not trying to be xenophobic. I'm saying she's not very good at speaking English. Don't put her on a microphone. Aren't you guys surrounded by publicists and like accountants and, you know, fucking agents and stuff that like tell you not to do this stupid shit? You should probably listen to them. Don't put Melania on a microphone anymore. It's just not American. And this is MAGA doing this too. You know, the 1776 guys, like fucking dumb. But then they put like a really foreign lady up to try and sway America. And that's really two-faced and weird and dumb. I thought you guys were the bigot racists or whatever. I thought you guys didn't like foreigners or whatever. But then you put this foreigner up who can't speak English trying to tell us about AI?
You're gonna lose in about 10 years. Now, she said that this like teacher robot would always be patient, always available, and then would be able to...
Like, I'm all cool with her. I'm talking about... I can't understand what she's saying. I can't understand what she's saying. I'm terribly sorry. I really couldn't.
Adapt to a child's emotional state in real time. I'm not sure what kind of emotional state you're talking about.
I'm not the only American who's going to have a problem with that either. I know I'm not. When you have somebody saying something important, send somebody who can speak English. If it's American stuff, send somebody who can fluently speak English.
Hitting the vape or just like...
For instance, you guys seem to think it was okay to put all those crazy telecommunications people answering phones at help desks and stuff, you know, overseas. But that doesn't make sense. Why would you put your company's reputation, money, and customer interaction at the hands of somebody who can't speak English fluently? Why would you do that? Money? But doesn't that hurt your money way more? Oh, is there more? No, they were killing like one... Oh no, test your metal's still going? Oh yeah, it is. I just walked out bored. Yeah, because I don't care. I've been here so many times. Did it end? Yeah, and I don't think it gave me credit, huh? I don't know. Yeah, I don't think you did, because I walked outside. Fucking so dumb. Rad Toad Horde, huh? Let's go fight some Rad Toads.
Scrolling on IG Reels during class.
Play-Doh will provide a personalized experience.
A what?
Adaptive to the needs of each student. Play-Doh is always patient and always available.
So you want to, you basically want like a Grok teacher, but I mean Grok's a Nazi, like you. The answer is no. What's that guy doing here? What? Completed? Aww. That one's full. Well, I don't know, but...
Our children will develop deep critical thinking and independent reasoning abilities.
Even saying that having this AI teacher would have a more rounded lifestyle and become a more complete person, it's just buzzwords. I don't know what any of this means. Like, you're talking about another job area that you want to eliminate and replace entirely with AI. It's such a low IQ take. I know exactly what's going to happen if you start introducing these robots as teachers. Someone is going to trip it up or film it in class having a malfunction, caption it, WTF they doing, bruh, with...
If the teacher is a robot, and the robot is capable of putting a 2-inch cut through a metal fridge, I don't want it around children.
Like the
it could sit there like a little box. You could make it a box that talks. That'd be okay. No robots. The robot isn't necessary. It's a box is necessary with a monitor. Put a monitor in a box and let and have the monitor teach the kids all the world's knowledge, you know? Don't have a robot that could go crazy and spin around and kill a bunch of kids or whatever. I don't really, you know. I'm okay with robots. I'm just saying, why do they need to be near kids? We don't need this scout leader, like, talking to the kids, trying to point at something on the board. We need a big television screen, you know? That's probably better than this, you know? The robot will just malfunction and hurt the children. Television isn't going to hurt the children.
Emoji, the wilted flower emoji, and it's just gonna play some like hyper sped up music while the thing falls over or malfunctions. I mean, I'm not saying using meme sound effects isn't funny. It definitely is. I mean, for example, I posted an Instagram story last night of me going on a run.
Why the fuck did I decide to go on a 10K run at fucking 1:30 in the morning? And it's fucking pissing it down! Fuck my life!
And then shortly after, when I came back...
That was dope. That was dope, though. Watching you run was dope.
I realized I didn't even hit start on my watch, so it recorded a 1-second run.
Yeah, I've done that so many times. Yeah.
I was out for about an hour.
Yeah. An hour? I always go for 2.
There is an idea of a Patrick Bateman.
Discord is known to be a hub of absolute degeneracy, but I think today I have found one of, if not the single most evil person on the entire platform, mostly because he carried out one of the worst acts imaginable on his own mom. And you can see through the Discord messages that I'll go over, he basically shown absolutely no remorse to it whatsoever. If anything, he was gloating about it. So Tristan Roberts was an 18-year-old from Denbighshire, and he pled guilty to bludgeoning his mother, 45-year-old Angela Shellis. And yesterday he was sentenced to life with a minimum term of 22.5 years. And I feel that stories like these across the world happen a lot, and it's heartbreaking because it reaches the point that it's so frequent that even talking about it for a topic seems redundant. But it's more the fact, like I said, that this was basically all planned and bragged on Discord. So Tristan, who was previously diagnosed with autism and ADHD, had a history of disruptive behavior, which got significantly worse after he moved in with his mother and his older brother in 2021. So according to the prosecution, his mom repeatedly tried to get him help, but seemingly none of this worked. And at one point, he was actually an inpatient at a hospital, and he was briefly homeless after being discharged before going back to live with his mom. Now, when a story like this is talked about, a lot of people say the signs were always there or there were no signs. I mean, the signs were definitely there with this guy because he was previously arrested for possession of a knife in a public place, and he was also charged with theft from a shop. So he was charged with murder on the 28th of October last last year, after his mother's body was found in an undergrowth by dog walkers 3 days before. Police were actually unable to identify her at all until the relatives called, saying that they heard a body was found and that they were worried about Angela's safety. So after his arrest, police took his electronics, like his laptop, they went through them, they went through his messages, and like some of this stuff is it's just evil. Like there's no other word to describe it. Like here's one of the messages just saying how much he openly hates women and that he doesn't trust them. Like again, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The analytics of the people that watch this channel, it's an absolute sausage fest. I think it literally is about 80% male. And I'm sure we've all made jokes like this in the boys group chat, but with the actions that this kid went through, you can immediately tell that he definitely meant what he said here. Like there was no sprinkling of like irony or sarcasm. So also he was apparently banned on Discord several times, which led him to creating 16 accounts to stay on the platform.
What?
16 different accounts. Now,
Because
the
you're
week before
misogyny,
the murder,
nobody wants
he
to hear
actually
it.
made a new Discord profile, and the username was Tonight's the Night, with a profile picture of Dexter. Obviously, Tonight's the Night being like one of his most memorable quotes, and like a worrying amount of Discord users, he seemed to latch onto this one character and then be like, he's literally me. Like, for example, here saying how he feels like he is Dexter, like he is me, but he wanted peace. Despite saying that, he'll kill anyone who tries to take it from him. And then there was a message on the Tonight's the Night account where he talks about like murdering his mom. Like he's talking about how it feels after killing her, and he's drinking beers. Like that apparently makes it any better. They also found messages where he was directly referencing Patrick Bateman from American Psycho. Again, it's like in the boys group chat, a lot of people will send the American Psycho stuff. They'll send the Homelander stuff. They'll send the Dexter Morgan stuff. But this is different because he genuinely believes that he is these people. And he's obviously been as unhinged enough to not only plan, but go out with the plan to murder his mum. Like, do you know how many people like plan stuff like that and then they get foiled and then they kind of realize, okay, wait a minute, maybe I shouldn't do something like that. But the fact that he actually went out and did it, that is like a new level of evil, or at the very least, to give like, 50 light years benefit of the doubt, mental illness, incredible mental illness. He was also talking about the weapons that he was using to kill his mom, just saying like it's gonna be some American Psycho shit. I'm not sure why he didn't spell shit properly. It's like, what is he, he's planning to kill his mom, but like he's worried about swearing in case he gets caught by like the mod filter or something. So he planned this for so long that he waited until he turned 18 to go out and buy knives, axes, hammers, which is the minimum age requirement to buy these items in the UK. There's even one message here where he's saying that they wouldn't sell him an axe, so now his mom has to die to a shitty hammer. It's like, I find it so terrifying.
Wow, they wouldn't sell him an axe. Oh my god.
His mom was basically in the same house as him, because I'm imagining he was just doing this like on the computer in his bedroom or something, or like on his phone, but like, yeah, planning this out to kill the person who's like basically 10 feet away from you. That is horrifying to think about.
The person who gave you life? Yeah. I don't care how depraved you are towards other people, but your own family? I do care, but I mean, like, but it makes sense when you do it to somebody else, but your own family is another level of depravity.
Some images, like the hammer that he used, some other items that were found in his home as well. And then there was another Discord message saying that he tried everything else, now it's time. Like, he's talking with, like, the most Disney villain tier energy here. Police also found out that he used DeepSeek, which was an AI chatbot, to help him plan the murder. And then he asked the chatbot, what's a better weapon for murder, a hammer or a knife? Now, DeepSeek apparently refused to even answer the question until he like lied and started saying that he was writing a book on serial killers. And then DeepSeek apparently told him that a hammer was better for a non-experienced killer. And he also asked the bot about incapacitating a middle-aged woman and then cutting body parts. And then even asked the chatbot, how do I remove any trace of blood, of DNA from the killer or victim? So again, like, this was not like, a mental breakdown or something like that. This was planned. This was planned for a long time. Just evil stuff. At one point, he even asked the AI, saying, just tell me a simple way to remove the mist and blood remains on the walls and floor and bed. Now, he recorded the attack on a dictaphone, which he bought alongside all the other weapons. And on the dictaphone, to remove the mist and blood remains on the walls and floor.
See, people are losing their sanity. It's because there's too many people on the planet. We should force birth control, but we don't. And Like, and subsequently, there's not enough food on the planet. I watched another video about that today, and they're putting 40% 3D printed meat in the stores and selling us 3D printed meat and stuff, Soylent Green stuff, because it's like, you know, because we don't have enough food on the planet to sustain all these people. And this is what happens when the colony gets overpopulated. All the young juvenile males start attacking the young and their families.
And bed. Now, we recorded
like the school shootings and the Menendez brothers and all that. I think the Menendez brothers was the first sign of it, and it'll just get worse and worse and worse and worse as it goes. Because this was somebody else. Somebody's hurting me, are they? Oh, yes, they are. Go to this Cryrell Sanctuary. Go.
Warp drive active.
It is a Myrmidon Navy issue. Okay. Mu-R. Bye.
The attack on a dictaphone.
Please don't kill my box.
She bought alongside all the other weapons. And on the dictaphone, police found a recording that went on for hours of the attack in her bedroom, where she was apparently kept prisoner for nearly 4 hours late at night. And then in the early morning, he eventually forced her to leave the house, walking her to a nature reserve where the final attack took place. Footage of them walking was captured on their neighbor's Ring doorbell, as well as CCTV. Discord caught wind of this as well and put out a statement. I'm not even going to bother reading it. You know, it's just the same PR stuff that we
Thoughts and
always
prayers.
see. But Tristan's mother, Angela, was a qualified teacher who chose to work as a teaching assistant at Real High School so that she had more time to spend with her family. Now, Tristan's older brother actually spoke out, saying that all his mom ever did was love Tristan. She would do anything for us, anything for him. There have also been recordings posted of Tristan being interrogated by police.
No, this guy was nuts.
Pretty much every single how to beat the cops tutorial on YouTube because he gives nothing. Pretty much every single interview, he's just saying no comment to every single accusation thrown at him.
No comment. When we've just seen you in that CCTV footage. No comment.
No comment. I mean, that's smart. I will not lie. They're starting to get better at beating the cops, and I don't want him beating the cops. This guy's a fucking psycho, but I actually don't mind it when they beat the cops. The cops are worse. The cops are worse. Cops are way worse than what he did.
The questioning, Robert showed no emotion and answered no questions, but the evidence against him was overwhelming.
I mean, honestly, going over this topic was absolutely depressing. I know I do try and keep it more lighthearted, but it really just goes to show that there are some truly evil people in the world. And also, as well, I think for me, it kind of hit close to home because, like, you know, before my parents were employed by the company, they actually used to work as teaching assistants as well. Like, they were in education. So it's just weird to see that this woman that was killed by her son basically had the exact same job that my parents have. So it's I don't know, it's just a weird overlap there. But yeah, not really sure what else I can say apart from rest in peace.
How much longer are we going to allow these absurd shenanigans to go on?
So there's a really interesting lawsuit going on at the minute. Meta, Facebook, Instagram, they've been ordered to pay $6 million in damages to a woman that basically claimed that she became addicted to social media as a child. And this led to incredibly negative mental health outcomes. And this is huge because the fact that this went to court, she actually won the case. This then gives, like, you know, lobbyists, government bodies, the ability to try and actually put in more restrictions here because these companies have now been found liable for creating products, platforms that are as addictive as cigarettes and casinos. And I think this lawsuit is really interesting because, you know, I did talk about the age verification, how that was a meme because it was just so easy to spoof it. And also as well, that was basically mostly built for, you know, certain NSFW websites. And if you wanted to verify your age, you'd basically have your identity tied to whatever you wanted to whack off to. Most people don't want the entire internet to know what they whack off to. I could never imagine, but this case I feel is different because social media is incredibly addicting. I guarantee you, if you scroll YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, TikTok, and then I sat you down and said, can you recall one thing that you watched in the past hour? You probably wouldn't be able to. We're living in a society now of what I want to call dopamine saturation. Remember that speech that Wesker gives in Resident Evil 7 where he's like, complete and global saturation. Dopamine will be released into the atmosphere, ensuring complete global
7 was so weird. It went from like this weird, cool horror story about being stuck in a mansion to like this crazy thing about like these half zombies who are genetically coded with some zombie virus like crossed with mushrooms, as I recall. I think it was mushrooms. And I like 7. It did have a really big scope to it that surprised me, kind of like Code Veronica. I knew it would, but it went really sci-fi at the end, which I didn't think, was. And the last boss is really crazy. It's like the size of a town. You have to kill it. You're just shooting a big wall of flesh, basically, if I recall correctly.
You get dopamine.
Big Akira monster.
So quickly by doing anything. You wake up in the morning, you scroll after a dopamine reset. Your brain's already cooked. I swear to God, man, scrolling is basically the exact same as a fucking slot machine. Because it's not the content that you're watching, like how with a gambling addict, it's not the winning or the losing. It's that not knowing what the next scroll could be, what the next, yank on the slot machine could be. I love society, man. The billionaires are basically gamified an essential human hormone. Great stuff. So this case was called the Bellwether case, meaning it was chosen out of the
one shot of Deathclaw. A disease glowing Deathclaw. One shot him. I mean, well, it was 5 nukes, but I mean, yeah, that look, I have the power to kill a Deathclaw now.
Any other cases to guide the outcomes, because there are thousands of ongoing cases that are all alleging the exact same stuff, that they were consuming social media as a kid and it basically broke them. The plaintiff, whose name is Kaylee, testified that social media companies create products that are as addictive as cigarettes or online casinos, citing features like an infinite scroll, algorithmic recommendations, and video autoplay. She said that she made YouTube and Instagram accounts when she was 8 and 9 years old, which, I mean, technically she was under the legal age to be able to make these social media accounts, so I can imagine that they are going to rush to try and cover that in their lawsuit to, as a counter-sue. But shortly afterwards, she realized that she was spending all of her free time on social media. She said that she spent hours a day on Instagram posting hundreds of photos with beauty filters that led her to developing body dysmorphia. Like, again, social media, right?
My ex, she has this problem, and I actually I felt like it was going to destroy her in the end. She had imposter syndrome, but she also had she was like the most beautiful woman on the planet, but she had body dysmorphia, and I mean it too. She had that classic beauty from original like 50s Hollywood actresses. She still does. She's so beautiful, and but she, she's like a Lana Del Rey or one of those. She looks like Lana Del Rey. She's so fucking beautiful. But she had this body dysmorphia issues because of all the social media she'd been exposed to. And she had eating. It's too personal. I don't want to talk about all the stuff that she had, but it's just, but I watched what social media, TikTok, did to her. And all the makeup videos and all the stuff. She wanted to go to South Korea and get facial surgery for her buccal fat and all this stuff. And that's all stuff that social media did to her. She never would have known what buccal fat even was unless some weird twat on fucking social media completely ruined her. And she was like, there's 2 other problems on top of it. She told me all the stuff that was wrong with her. She was like, I also have it, I experienced ego death. And I was like, what the hell is ego death? And she was like, I just wasn't myself anymore. And I don't know who I am anymore. And now I have imposter syndrome, which is that I don't believe I belong in anybody's lives. And I was like, but you do. You belong in mine, or whatever. We'll always be friends or whatever. You do. You are a real person, and you do have legitimate place in my life, You are a real person. I at that time, I had sort of the same stuff, which is that they're never going to work with me. They're never going to allow me to have money. I'm never going to have the same thing everybody else has. All this other shit, right? And I guess that is kind of imposter syndrome, but I don't know. I should have opened with the, oh. I love this game. What? He had 1 health left! Why do you piece of shit developers do this? You constantly one-shot me when there's 1 health left. Did he die? I bet he did die. I think I burned him. No, I don't know. I don't know. Where's my body at? You won't even show me. Oh. Man, I put fucking 10 50 cals, a gallon of gas worth of flamethrower into that guy. It wasn't enough? 10 50 cals isn't enough? More than that. I think it was like 20. Whatever. Yeah, I think I got him. I should have opened stealth. I'm learning that even with all these crazy weapons, they still are, like, they still can kill you. You need to, like, stealth open with a fucking, what's it called? Fat Man. Or mini nuke. Is that him? No, he's dead. I did lay him out at the end because he did have 1 health. He had like 1 health. Why did we trade here? Cool. Yeah, good. Okay, go sell all this, and then I'll turn in.
The highest chance that you are likely to doom scroll when you've got nothing to do or you're fucking depressed. And it creates this feedback loop of, you know, you're seeing someone's curated lifestyle, whether it's pictures or it's reels. And if anything, it just creates a loop, this paradox of you feeling like shit, going on social media, and then you feel like more shit afterwards. She also alleged that the apps caused her to suffer from anxiety, depression, even thoughts of self-harm. Now, the details of the case might seem somewhat insignificant compared to the payout. This will probably affect other cases that are being led against these companies, like, for example, some parents who believe that these platforms led their children to commit suicide.
Families who say social media led to their children's deaths by suicide believe this is just
I left
beginning.
Facebook. I'm not dumb. I'm not dumb, and I think me leaving Facebook in 2015 after having 700 friends or whatever was one of the wiser things I ever did. You can see that it kills people. It's insane. Oh my god. I mean, I don't think it kills you all the time.
Gig is over. Yep.
Now, previously, social media companies, they've had an out, right? They've had a way to be like, no, it's not our fault. There's no legal repercussions for us. And that is Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act of 1996. Now, they have been coping and holding on to this section for, well, basically decades now, because it's a law that protects platforms from being liable for content that is made online by its users, which, again, it's just complete and utter cope. You're basically saying that a company can't be held liable because they didn't actually make it, they're just hosting it. Now, the girl who took Meta and these other companies to court, her legal team actually brought inspiration from this lawsuit from Big Tobacco, where lawyers actually accused the companies of hiding information that cigarettes are harmful for you. And this led to a $206 billion settlement and then very strict tobacco regulations, which was followed by a significant decline in smoking. And during Kaylee's case, one of the lawyers actually presented internal documents from Meta and YouTube showing that they have been completely aware, or at least previously discussed, the negative effects of their platforms on children. And the lawyers, they saw this as a free win because they basically realized that, wait a minute, you've basically just admitted that you're putting profits over children. It's over, you're done. Now, Kaylee's lawyer, Mark Lanier, I'm guessing he had the same energy as that lawyer from the Bee movie. You know, the one that was like very performative, because apparently he had a jar of M&Ms with him during the proceedings, and he used that as a demonstration to show that each M&M represents $1 billion of the company's value. And And then ironically, during the proceedings, there was a YouTuber apology because YouTube's lawyer actually said to Kaylee during the proceeding, they apologized for the things that she had suffered, which again, that's not an admission of guilt. That's not taking responsibility. That is literally just, I'm sorry you feel that way. And then Mark, the lawyer with the M&Ms representing Kaylee, the girl, he apparently said that a lawyer apology is not the same as accountability. And then he bit into one of the M&Ms saying that this is like $200 million. They do not want to feel pain for what they did. Now, as much as I wish there is no footage of these proceedings because they sound so comedic. It basically would have been another Johnny Depp Amber Heard case. But there was a clip of the lawyer speaking out, and his energy here, you could just imagine the stuff he was saying in that courtroom.
Hey, I'm Mark Lanier. I just finished trying the first social media addiction case in American history.
This is the only guy on earth that could actually rival Mr. Teeth.
Well, we got to lead a great team, and I'm coming to Mass Torts.
Oh my God! Look at those porcelain veneers.
Hey, perfect, because
I want porcelain veneers like that. That would be amazing.
Walk you through that case from the
I wish I had teeth like this. Jesus Christ.
inside, the theory,
They're like brand new porcelain veneers. Jesus.
the evidence, how the defense fought back.
Dude,
I don't care if it doesn't fit the face. It looks better than my teeth. See? I got like yellow teeth from years of tobacco, Pepsi, soda, marijuana, black tar heroin, methamphetamine and shit. See it? Yellow teeth. Yellow as hell. I want his teeth. I want porcelain veneers. They're the only thing that I would waste any money on, you know?
Okay, his teeth, they look exactly like Inspector Gadget from that really shitty Disney film. I swear to God, it's the exact same teeth. Evil Inspector Gadget teeth. He has the exact same teeth, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think probably Matthew Broderick probably smoked and drank his whole life. So eventually he just got porcelain veneers, not knowing that it would make him look like a freak.
And what we learned that every mass tort lawyer needs to know. This will be brand new ground. Thank you, Pat, for letting me break it out there. You need to be ready for it. I'll see you in Vegas.
I'll see you.
Eventually, porcelain veneers are going to be really, really popular. Asmongold got porcelain veneers.
In Vegas. So for the case, Meta was actually forced to pay 70% of these $6 million, and then Google the remaining 30%. Now, again, this shit, as we know, is pocket change for them. Like $6 million, that's nothing. But this is huge because of the future ramifications it can have for many other thousands of similar cases that are being represented in America. And then Meta's attorneys are obviously coping, saying that they're going to try and reappeal the decision.
We will continue to defend ourselves vigorously as every case is different, and we remain confident in our record of protecting teens online.
I definitely think the first thing they're going to do is go down the route of basically saying, well, you were too young to use the platform anyway, you should have been 13, so it's not our fault at all.
I'm dead. I'm dead. The hell happened? I have no idea. Did I just have sex? It's like, what? No idea. Ooh, power fist. I have so many fucking recipes now that I'm starting to cap out all the recipes in the game, so now when I get a good one, I'm so happy. Except I don't think I can see it. I don't know. Let's see. Power fist. I already knew it. I don't know. Anyways. Recover the bombs. Complete the tourist bucket list. Vault 94. Let's go to Vault 94. It's Shoe on Head talking about the Iran war situation.
So
I haven't seen Shoe on Head in a while. Did I unsub from Shoe on Head? Yeah. But let's go see. Sure. Connect all. Are you doing something kind of doxy? Yes, you were. Cool. Hi, Jemmy. God damn it, can't you spell this correctly? What are you doing? Why won't you erase this? What are you doing? Reload, piece of shit. What are you on about? What? Okay, I don't know. It's my keyboard, I think. Fucking annoying. Stop it. Nope. Nope. I can't erase that. I can't erase anything. I can't erase anything. Why? I can't type anything. Why? Stop this. It's something to do with you, isn't it? Yes, it is. God damn it. There we go. One of these clients, maybe Mortal or something, I don't know, causes the fucking mouse to just completely, or sorry, causes all the inputs to stop working. Alright. When I was drunk about 4 months ago, I unsubbed to Shoe on Head for some reason, and I don't remember why. And I'm wondering if you can remind me if there's been any controversy around the content creator Shoe on Head. I don't remember. What is her political affiliation? No controversies at all? Question mark. No, I heard something on some video and I'm not going to resub. Okay, thank you. Life's hard, but it's harder when you're stupid. Straight men are mansplaining makeup on TikTok. Okay.
Hi dudes! Before I get into today's video, I'm excited to announce that today is the 1-year anniversary of my YouTube channel, which also means that my Navy YouTube's plushie is officially available for sale. It will only be available for a limited time, so be sure to get one. She of course comes with her little shark toy as well, and I truly love her so much. I'm so proud of this little plushie, and I'm just so excited. If you want to get one, the link will be in my description. Okay, now onto the video. Hi dudes, I'm Brooke, and I'm a big fan of makeup. I've been wearing makeup since my parents let me, really, and learning through trial and error my entire life. I've also done makeup professionally. After I got my cosmetology license, there was a period of time where I worked at a blow-dry bar, and
I gotta say, her makeup is fucking amazing.
I did both hair and makeup.
I was like, she looks like a Hollywood fucking actress, in my opinion.
All this is to say that I think I know more about makeup than you do, genius. Well, maybe not.
I bet you do. My ex, she was a makeup goddess. She knows everything there is to know about it.
You specifically watching, but I know my way around makeup. My exact style of makeup may not be to your taste, but I know the products and the methods and why things work the way they do. Recently, I was on social media and I saw an ad for makeup for men, except they said it wasn't makeup. It's a men pen, which is totally different and not gay.
Hey bro, don't you think it's a little strange that you're selling makeup to men?
What do you mean selling makeup to men?
Well, you sell something called the men pen, which is makeup, right?
No, I don't know why people think that. The men pen is a company that helps men take care of their eyebrows. We have razors, tweezers, scissors, and dye.
Oh, really? What about the filler?
Oh, that's just like any other hair product. It makes your eyebrows look darker, just like you put stuff in your hair to get it be spiked up. Just something to make you look better.
But the men pen isn't the only men's makeup, but not makeup, brand. There are actually a lot of makeup brands that have been launched that are targeting straight men. That's just an exceptionally ridiculous one. Some of the masculine makeup brands that I came across when I was looking into this were War Paint, which, oh my fucking god, the jokes write themselves. Then there was Gentle Homme, For Men, Strix, and more. While looking into these hyper-masculine makeup brands for men, I noticed a lot of commonalities among them. The first thing, of course, was that they all had very gendered marketing to assure their intended straight male audience that their balls wouldn't fall off if they covered a pimple with a dab of concealer. Not only is the marketing extremely gendered though, the products themselves are like de-ossified. They're all in as masculine packaging as possible, and some are even disguised. So like a concealer pen will look like a vape or like a pen for like writing. Another interesting thing about almost all of the brands that have a social media presence is that they'll feature a man teaching other men how to use the products, but often very incorrectly. Straight men have a tendency to put a product on and immediately wipe it off like a toddler. So instead of like putting a product where it should go and then like dabbing it into the skin, they kind of wipe it off, effectively removing it or wiping it into an area where it's not supposed to be. I'll talk about that more in a second. Also, I noticed that some of the brands had like weirdly sexual marketing.
What the hell?
Like, guys, aren't we just selling foundation for men? Why does there have to be a woman on his lap? To just prove he's not gay? So let's talk about all of this. I actually have very complex feelings about this makeup for men thing in the way that it's being presented here. And maybe at this point you're thinking, at most it's silly, but who cares? Well, let me explain why I think it's worth talking about. But first, something else that's worth talking about is that the patriarchy is still unfortunately alive and well, because Mr. Beast still has more subscribers than me. If you're new here, it is due to misogyny that Mr. Beast has more subscribers than I do, so we're working together to change that in the name of feminism. Hashtag Sharks Bite Beasts. Please subscribe. Thank you. Okay, so the first and probably most obvious thing is that if a man is too insecure to wear makeup due to toxic...
She's just taking a shot at Mr. Beast, being like, I want to be the female Mr. Beast or whatever. And I think she's got the chops, too.
masculinity, branding it as makeup for men that isn't girly or feminine.
She's had a lot of Botox.
Doesn't solve that problem. Even if you get them to believe that it's for men and it's not girly or gay or whatever, they would still presumably only wear the brand that's not feminine.
I'm a little fatigued by the idea that a capital product can solve a social issue. True progress comes from...
Anyways, I'm going to go piss and get something to eat. I'll be right back.
Understanding, not marketing. If a man will only buy this product because he's afraid of being made fun of due to the feminine nature of other products, have we solved any problems? Has anything gotten better, or have you put that individual in a box, only allowing them to buy your product? because it's the masculine one. It's the one for boys. So, if this kind of thing makes you happy, if the sleek packaging and the masculine approach makes you feel like you can finally participate, that's wonderful. I'll never take that away from you. But don't pretend like you're fixing any problems.
And this also boxes them into only wearing the very limited makeup for men products instead of every makeup brand. And that's a problem in and of itself as well, because if you aren't one of the 2 shades of white that these brands tend to offer, you're shit out of luck. Which I'll talk about more in a second. A real positive movement away from toxic masculinity in this topic would just be saying it's okay for straight men to wear makeup, and then that opens them up to buy whatever makeup brand suits their skin and their needs. But by boxing them into only using the few brands that are masculine enough because the concealer is shaped like a bullet or some shit, you're actually doing these men a huge disservice. And this is what we mean when we say that the patriarchy is actually bad for everybody. Also, by refusing to acknowledge that it's makeup, these brands further create the us versus them mentality, where they're the only product that men are allowed to use that's manly enough. Like, the men pen is just the men pen. But if you took the marketing away though, it's an eyebrow pencil, which is makeup. This one's getting shilled on TikTok Shop especially hard right now, and the way it's being marketed is ridiculous. Like, this guy says, no, this is not makeup. It's called the men pen, and it helps me go from a 7 to a 9 in seconds. Like, whatever helps you sleep at night, man. It's makeup. Or this one that's just blatantly homophobic, where he literally has his text on screen that says, it is not fruity to use this. Crossed out circle emoji, pride flag emoji. Like, that has the same energy as walking into a police station and saying, guys, I don't know about that bank robbery. Like, okay. Like, no one was saying that, dude. Actually, you know what this really is giving? Is when Stephen King tweeted out of the blue some shit like, guys, the Epstein list totally isn't real and I'm totally not in it. Also, disregard that part of chapter 22 in it. In another creator's video selling the men pen, someone commented, it's an eyebrow pencil. And he said, no, it's not.
Wait, what now?
Stephen King tweeted out of the blue. Like, no one was saying that, dude. Actually, you know what this really is giving? Is when Stephen King tweeted out of the blue some shit like, guys, the Epstein list totally isn't real and I'm totally not in it. Also,
So it's the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus?
So disregard that part of chapter 22 in it. In another creator's video selling the men pen, someone commented, it's an eyebrow pencil. And he said, no, it's not. And someone responded to him saying, oh, okay, with this image of the men pen's packaging that literally says eyebrow pencil. Which, to the men falling for this, not that they'd ever click on this video because they're not about to listen to a woman talk, aren't you insulted that your fellow man thinks you're that stupid? Surely you know this is makeup. That's okay, by the way, that it's makeup. But isn't it insulting to be blatantly patronized in advertisements like this? A few of these brands' social media posts mention that men's skin is different than women's, so they created their brand from the ground up with men in mind.
So our founding premise was, what would a concealer look like if it was made from the ground up for men who typically don't use these products? So we made a really cool like pen style package, and then the formulation itself takes into account men have thicker, oilier skin, and they usually don't have a beauty routine, so you don't need like a foundation, primer, applicator, sponge. We just wanted to make it so you could like tap and go.
And while, yes, men's skin does tend to overall be slightly thicker and slightly more oily than women's, I don't believe the insinuation that a lot of these companies have that because men's skin is slightly different, it needs a completely different formula built from the ground up that's sold in a female-proof container. You know how the one thing we need is more straight male founders and CEOs? Guys, where's the representation for straight men? Like, there are plenty of existing makeup brands that have things like foundation and concealer and whatnot formulated specifically for oily skin. If men needed specific makeup for their special precious male skin, drag queens would flock to these brands, but they don't. They stay using existing makeup brands. Can you imagine RuPaul announcing that the winner of RuPaul's Drag Race wins $200,000 plus a sickening supply of war paint for men? Also, male celebrities and performers have been wearing makeup forever, and there are plenty of men who proudly wear makeup online without exclusively using these hyper-masculine brands. Honestly, I think a big part of it though is that I also just feel kind of gatekeepy about makeup, in that it's something that women and queer people have been doing for years and years, and a lot of toxic men have shit on us for years and years.
I have been a formerly gay man for many years.
Formerly gay? You still are gay. You are absolutely still gay. Which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. You are fabulous.
I've been wearing makeup. I would go to school in them, but I would change in the car. I wasn't always accepted for wearing makeup, for being a boy wearing makeup. I remember this was always the case. I'd be wearing, like, let's say short shorts, long before all the straight boys kind of went on to it, and I was made fun of so viciously. I was bullied so hard, and then a couple years later, now they're wearing short shorts. And this is kind of where it's coming with makeup. Now, I find TikTok or social media always attaches to, like, the one straight man that's doing it, like, publicly, and is, like, using them as, like, some sort of martyr. Meanwhile, so many gay men in general, have been wearing makeup, but it kind of just puts them up as a hero of, oh my god, they've been fighting against gender norms and they're normalizing men in makeup, when I am still terrorized all the time for being a man, formerly, who wears makeup.
Straight men have bullied queer people and women for wearing makeup for forever, and now they want to hop on board because a man on TikTok is telling them, I swear to God it's not makeup, but theoretically, even if it was, nobody would even know you have it with you because it looks like a vape, but we should totally embrace it, but don't worry, no one will even know. Like, how many times have you seen a man under the comments of a makeup tutorial saying, take her swimming on the first date, or heard a man talk about how they prefer natural girls who don't wear any makeup, only to reference a photo of a woman in full glam? Like, whenever women wear makeup, often a lot of men will chime in and give their unsolicited advice about how they don't actually like this or that about it, because they just presume it's for them. I can't even begin to count the amount of times in my life I've had some random fucking guy tell me that I'd look better if I didn't do my makeup the way I do, or if I didn't wear any at all. Like, newsflash, bitch, I don't give a fuck what you think. And in my case also, it's alternative makeup, so like, that's the point, dipshit. But whatever, small tangent there. And I know, not all men, of course, but it does feel a bit annoying to hear men now mansplaining what tinted moisturizer is to each other on TikTok.
I always thought you had to be like gay to use this stuff, but like, what the fuck? This is a tinted mineral sunscreen.
And lamenting about how women get to use makeup to improve their looks, so why can't we? Like, yeah, we get to do that because the patriarchal society we live in that you guys set up and perpetuate doesn't accept imperfections from women. Men are allowed to have under eye circles or bumps. Women aren't. But I understand that no matter how bitter I may be about that, progress is a good thing, and we don't move forward by holding others back. Feminism isn't about pulling men down to our level, it's about lifting everybody up and removing the bounds of toxic masculinity from everyone, even the men themselves. And they are chained up all the time or something. Earlier I mentioned that a lot of these men that are teaching others how to apply the makeup don't do it correctly themselves, and not to be like a conspiracy theorist about it, but part of me does have to wonder if that's due to the straight male habit of not wanting to ever learn from women or gay men. If these men just watched a few tutorials from actual makeup artists, they'd pretty quickly pick up the correct ways to use makeup products. And that makes me think that they did not. They instead just assumed that they'd know how to do it themselves automatically, which is why they apply the products the way that little girls do before they learn how, just like wiping it away.
Next up, the concealers. It is so easy to apply. Not only does it conceal imperfections, but it also infuses with a tea tree oil to soothe your skin while it works. Effective and easy to use.
Like, a good example of this is the Strix informational video. He says you only need a little bit, and then he puts on like a lot. And also, if you have open acne, you don't want to touch your product directly to it, because then you're getting the bacteria from your acne onto that product. So in that case, it's best to use a brush or a sponge or your finger or something to be kind of like a middleman to put the product on. And then when he tries to like rub it in, he's wiping it off. You're not supposed to wipe, you're supposed to blot. He also talks about using a shade lighter than your skin tone in this video, which is great in concealer for addressing things like under eye circles, but if you're covering imperfections or blemishes like acne, you want that shade to actually be as close to your skin as possible so it doesn't just become a bright circle where your zit was. All of that to say, don't get me wrong, I do think it can be a baby step in the right direction for men to feel comfortable with the idea of wearing makeup if that's something that they would have been interested in. Normalizing men wearing makeup is a great thing, so I love that part of it. I just don't love the idea that it needs to be Joe Roganified for men to use it. But if this opens the door for men who are interested in makeup, then they're able to eventually think, you know what, this war paint foundation isn't actually suiting my needs and I'm already used to wearing makeup at this point, so let me just go see what Sephora has to offer. Then that's wonderful. But enough of me just yapping about it. I did actually put my money where my mouth is here and got myself some totally not makeup for men. Okay, first up, we're checking out War Paint. All makeup. Let's see what they got. We have concealer. Oh my god, is that sold out? Tinted moisturizer sold out. foundation. Oh my god, am I gonna be able to get my hands on any of this? My grubby little female mitts? I'm not a primer girl though, so I will not be getting a primer because, you know what, it wouldn't be a fair review. I'm not somebody who wears a primer, so let me put stuff I do use. So right now, we're putting in a skin tint. I'll check out the stick, the beard and brow pencil. I certainly use a brow pencil, I'm sure you all can tell. Let's check out the concealer, tinted moisturizer, foundation. I'm curious, concealer pen, interesting. It does look like the lightest shade, which is likely my shade, is sold out of a lot of these. So what is the difference between the beard and brow brush and the beard and brow filler? The beard and brow pencil, okay, it's like the roll up pen one, and then the filler. Well, if I can click on the photos, okay, it's like a sharpener pencil. Got it. Okay, understood. Okay, so I'm gonna buy the war paint products that I'm able to, but apparently they're popular because they are sold the fuck out of a lot of stuff. So let's see. Skin tint, their website's pissing me the fuck off though, genuinely. Maybe I just need to like zoom out or something because every time I scroll over everything, it's fucking pop-up city. Are we not gonna get like a color guide or something? Normally there's like a swatch. Okay, for the love of fucking God. I would imagine I'm in 11. Oh, okay. Well, that is not my undertone. Never mind. That I'm a very pink undertone, so that very like warm undertone is not going to work on my very cool undertone. Skin. I hesitate to buy that. Maybe a 12 might work a little better, but it still seems a little bit of a yellow undertone for my flesh. So maybe I'll have better luck with the stick. Shade 1. That seems nice. Stick shade 1. Fair. Okay, girl. No speak of undertones, which is annoying as fuck. Oh my god. I think it's user error, genuinely. I think it's on me, but their website's pissing me right the fuck off. That seems to be the color that I need. So we're gonna go with that, and we're gonna add it to that fucking cart. Add to cart. I've got the stick. Okay, now let's check out the beard and brow pencil. Obviously, I'll need black. Okay, so there's no black, just dark brown. Oh my god. That's totally fine. Fine by me. I love when things don't click on what I fucking click on. Okay, I'm gonna skip that for now. Let's look at the concealer. Oh, this is the one that didn't have like, it was fully sold the fuck out. The tinted moisturizer is fully sold out. They don't have a shade that'll work for me either in the foundation, so I'm gonna have to go with the stick. Maybe the concealer pen will have better luck. Tan, medium, or dark. All right, for war paint, we are just gonna be testing the stick. And you know what? I'll get the beard and brow pencil. Okay, do they have in the beard and brow filler, do they have a black? They do. Okay, so I'll get a black.
So she patronized these people, which I think is cool. She like patronized them for talking shit about them. I think that's actually so classy. That's what I would have done. Yeah.
And brow filler.
Buying men's makeup.
Test that instead. Do not sign me up for news and offers from this fuck ass store. I will go ahead and pay now. The next one we're gonna check out is Gentle Homme. I do parle un peu de français, but I think they want me to just call this Gentle Homme. I'm not sure. It's giving franglais. Discover Gentle Homme Cosmetics Collection offers a variety of premium face cosmetics designed exclusively for men, so you can feel it and look your best. Don't tell them that I'm a lady. They're gonna freak. Oh my god, I'm fucking screaming. All of these say for men at the end as well. Ah! Men's eyebrow gel. Concealer stick for men. Eyebrow pencil for men. Men's lip repair balm with SPF 15. Girl, it is chapstick.
It's chapstick.
Tinted sunscreen.
$17.
So I'm allowed to have that one. That one is not just for men. Let's check out the tinted sunscreen SPF 40. So this is tinted sunscreen. Does not say that it's just for men, so I should be fine to use this without exploding. He's so serious. Why is it busting?
It looks so gross.
It does kind of look like a good shade for me, though. Like, low-key, a lot of these tinted... That's not his shade. A lot of these tinted sunscreens are often too warm of a tone and too, like, broad and generic of a tone for me. Like, often it, like, tries to encompass everybody from light to medium, and it just ends up being, like, not my shade by any stretch of the imagination, which I think... pretty much everybody can. There's a navy hair on my lip. I'm sure pretty much everybody feels that way with their shade. Nobody is finding their exact shade in those situations, but this does actually look like it's literally my shade. So why is it busting? They didn't mention that. They should mention, there's just the one shade then? It really does look like there's just one shade. I mean, luckily, looks like it's my shade, so Add to cart. Come on, Gentilhomme. Do we have a black eyebrow pen? Wait. Fuck yeah. Okay. Last 2 months. Girl, I read last 2 months and my brain was like, oh my god, like, are they asserting that I'm gonna put this on and not be able to get it off for 2 months? My stupid dumbass. Oh my god. Fucking stupid ass fucking. That is not. Okay. Men, if you're gonna get into the, like, makeup game and try and be exclusively for yourselves, at least learn to swatch, because this is crazy work. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? This looks like that scene in Share Company when he finds out that guy's doing web design. One-time purchase for surezies. I'm not subscribing to something I haven't even tried yet. Concealer stick for men. This does look to have a cool undertone, which will be great for me. Oh, okay. I actually respect the fuck out of them doing this little find your shade guide. So they have a choose your shade family, choose your undertone, and then it shows all of these gentle ohms down here so we can decide. I am going to be a light. So let's go ahead and add that to cart. We're spending a pretty penny, actually. Hope I like this stuff.
Wow,
Hope
damn.
this freaking works out. Hopefully it doesn't make my fucking skin peel off since it's only for guys. Let's go to for men. Must have men's makeup. Top makeup for men. Yeah.
It's worth it for like 50,000 views. It's worth it to blow the $300.
Figured, because that's the name of the brand. If you haven't tried makeup for men but find yourself looking for ways to cover up facial redness, dark under eye bags, remove excess oils, or simply look fresh all the time, we have men's cosmetics available for you. Gag. This is crazy. The bottle is actually gaggy, I'm not even gonna lie. Can you pick your shade though? Currently offered in 1 shade. We formulated a light medium color that casts the widest net. To who? Girl, that's crazy. Designed to be unisex. Okay. Not us being inclusive of women at formenmakeup.com. It is crazy to have 1 shade. Oh my god. Okay, add to cart. Male concealer stick. We've gone from men now to male. Light, medium, or medium? At least there's 2 fucking options on this one. Out of stock. Of course it is. No, for sure. Of course it is. Okay, well, what else you got? They have these little concealer trios, I suppose. So I'll give one of those a shot. CC cream, out of stock. Okay. It's back. And then at the end it goes, out of stock. Oh, goody. I can't wait to receive my male concealer for men. We will check out what seems to be all over TikTok though, which is Strix. I think that's how you say it. Strix is the first company to conceive, from start to finish, what cosmetic and skincare products would be if they were made for guys. New to men's cosmetics and skincare, we've got you covered, pun intended. At least they have a whole whopping 4 shades. Okay, inclusivity gods. Not them inclusivity maxing. Why does it look like a stizzy? Oh, it's supposed to look like a pen, so it hides in your bag, or your lady's bag, of course. Let's get the... Why won't it let me go up for the fucking... Wish I knew what the title of this product was. I have to zoom out. I zoomed out so tiny it still won't show me. Okay. Loving the web design. Can't go backwards on the photos, so that's good. We have a whopping 3 shades to choose from. Again, back with the inclusivity maxing. You have to love it. You have to respect it. All right. Now we wait for my masculine male makeup for men. Can't wait. Okay, dudes, all of the men's makeup has arrived.
Wow,
that I've
she's
bought,
beautiful.
So let's go ahead and take a look at it. Obviously I have no makeup on so that I can like do little testers. Well, I have my eyebrows on, so, but I'm gonna do little testers of each of them. First up, we have War Paint. I don't actually remember what I bought. I was just editing the video, so I kind of have like a refresh, but it already left my brain. It looks like we have the Beard and Brow Filler from War Paint and the stick, which this is way, I'm remembering now, this is way smaller than I anticipated, which, oh, that's what she said, but also genuinely, like, this is way smaller. It is really small. There it is. First thoughts. It is plasticky looking. It's got a very yellowy tint to it, which can be a good undertone for some people, but I don't have a warm undertone, so that won't look great on me. So let's give it a little swatcheroonie. That is not my shade. So I usually wear this NARS foundation. Let me just do like 1 swatch of my regular foundation up here so we can reference.
They look exact same.
I will say it is kind of warm in here, so my skin's a little bit more red than it typically would be. There's my regular foundation, which for the stick I would probably use either my finger or a brush to blend it out. It's not bad. That is actually an okay shade for me. It blended out better than I thought. I mean, I'm just kind of judging it on the shade and the feeling of it, but the consistency's fine. Yeah, war paint foundation stick. Fine. Nope, no qualms. Alright, let's try the beard and brow filler. I have my brows drawn on because I have microblading that I'm in the process of getting lasered off, so my brows are like yellow microblading from like being half lasered. So it wouldn't be a fair test for me to put it like directly on my brows. This is what it looks like directly out of the box. And then this as well. So instead of doing that, I'm just gonna do it on my like wrist so that we can see the actual swatch better. So here is the War Paint Beard and Brow Filler. Let's see. That one's really pigmented actually. Yeah, that's really pigmented, I will say. Very pigmented, very nice. It's a pretty good swatch. I can't complain. While I'm at it with this angle, let's check out the Men Pen. The Men Pen's whole thing is just being a brow pencil thing. God, I can't get it open. Jesus. There we are. See? It's for boys, it says so. This is like a twist up one, so it probably won't be as
It is for boys, it says so. Ooh, she's got a nice body. I am sexually attracted to this girl. I think she's the first YouTube girl, too. No, I am attracted to Pokimane. Emeru, Pokimane, and this girl are so fucking hot. Brook Sharks.
Because typically those are a little more like soft. Yeah.
I like her fucking style. She seems like an artist, the way she holds her hands and stuff.
Not bad. Not bad, not bad. My skin's not flying off because it's not male skin yet. Well, I would say it does what it's supposed to do. I had also gotten the Gentle Ohm brow pencil, so let's check that out. This one I believe I had to get in dark brown because they didn't have a black one. Ooh, this one's thick. That one is very thick, so Jesus. It's like hard to get it off. Fucking hell.
She's more beautiful without that foundation.
It's like really on there. Oh my god. Jesus.
It's for men.
Oh, okay. And thickest pencil ever? Christ. This is like a stamp. It's like very thick. Let's put it on the side. Like, exceptional.
If it looks like she kind of just started tattooing stuff on her body by herself. What's that say? It's like, it's backwards. It says, friend the Castle something, Canstle. Afraid there's something or another. Is she married? She's gotta be. All the good ones are taken. And they're far, far, far above my fucking scale anyways. I'm like a 1 on these people's scales. I'm overweight. I'm middle-aged. I'm ex-drug addict, heroin, methamphetamine, ex-drug dealer. Used to run with meth cooks and stuff. Fresh out of the system. 2 years in mental health facility. Every time I look at girls that I'm actually attracted to, I'm like, oh, let me just tell you how many bad things there are about me. You should totally date me. Because it's like, that's the stuff that I would pretty much have to tell them on the first date. I'm scared of dating now. Unless they're in the scene with me. I have to, when I go meet somebody like on a dating app, I'm gonna have to, like, I'll take them to a cool restaurant or whatever, and I'll sit down, I'll buy them a drink and shit, and it'll be easy. It's not hard for me to do that. What gets hard is okay, let me tell you about the heroin and the meth. 3 people gunning for me. 3. The last one did threaten my girlfriend. Not the last one, but sorry, the one before the last threatened my girlfriend, and I lost that relationship over that. The years on the streets, the methamphetamine, the heroin, the fucking, like, the, you know, like, I don't know, man, like, people make mistakes and stuff, but I, like, my thing is I'll never go to those places again, but those things, those personality traits, they are me. There's not some, oh, I slipped up and fucked up and I've never, when I went and did those things, I was gung-ho. I was like, let's go get high. You know, there was oh, I can't stop doing this or any of this stuff. Okay, occasionally on heroin, it was like that. Like, oh, my gut's wrenching like a fucking, you know, like a merry-go-round. And it's just spinning, my gut's spinning like a merry-go-round. I'm sick and I'm gut over on the bed lying here for 4 hours and shit. And I'd be like, I can't get out of this or whatever. A couple of times it was like that, but it's like I didn't live my life like that though. Most of the time I was like, let's go get dope, you know. My girlfriend would be like, will you take me to the guy? And I'd be like, yeah yeah, I want to do that, you know. That is my thing. Like, so it's like you know, I don't know. And so now if they don't have some kind of laundry list of red flags like that, I want to say this on my dating profile. I've got a laundry list of red flags, but none of it's violence and none of it's rape or sex stuff. It's all drug stuff, legal stuff, homelessness, and poverty. And I want to say that on my dating profile because I don't know how to broach the subject of the red flag discussion, which is, hi, I'm Skycatlive. I've got 50 or so what the fuck was that? I've got 50 or so red flags. The first 5 are that I've been in several high-speed chases and I am a 2-time deferred adjudicated felon with trespassing and burglary and theft charges. 17 years of my life I was an addict, functional addict. 2 cysts from an alcoholic, but you know, now I'm all for it or whatever. I'm really more of a before rehab friend. I've definitely led some of my friends to destruction. Some of them probably secretly hate me, but they all still love me kind of thing. But I've definitely secretly led a bunch of my friends to destruction. I got my entire high school smoking cigarettes. Like my entire high school were smoking cigarettes by the time I was done with them. It's insane. And like, I was just a bad influence on everybody. I'm not a cheater. I'm not a liar. I'm a good man. I don't fuck around like that. But I'm not, those are the 3 positive things I can say, but I'm not a good person. And the 50 red flags, I got to get them out of the way if you're going to date me on a long-term relationship vibe. Because, yeah, those men that are gunning for me, they could show up any day. I think you should feel really safe when you're around me. The system could show up any day and push some shit from 10 years ago. I'm sure they could. I don't think I'm beyond the statute, but that doesn't mean that they can't be creative and figure something else out. I don't really know. You know, I'm a leftist liberal. I've threatened to blow up courthouses before and stuff like this. I've got a very, very anti-authority or whatever you want to call it. It's an authority opposition disorder that's scary for women because I don't fear these people and I will go up against them. I'm loud. I'm crude. I'm messy. I'm dirty. I'm hygienic, but I'm dirty. I keep a slovenly house that's stacked with stuff that I don't care if it's out of order, but it's clean at least, you know. And I don't have that many things, so it's not a hoarder's house. It's just, you know, it's just like kind of a slovenly house. I don't give a flying fuck about being clean. I've been around enough OCD people that I don't want to be clean. I don't. And so, yeah, and that sucks. It's like, hi, I got to tell you about the 20 red flags. I want to put that on my dating profile just to see if anybody still is interested. But it's also expensive money wise. And, you know, and be like, hi, was addicted to 5 different drugs in my life, and I don't have any of them left except hashish. The system was gunning for me for about 5 years there. They were threatening to put me in jail for 10 years. I was a kingpin at one time. I'm sorry, not a kingpin, but I ran like a cross-state, like, drug business, I don't know, street pharmaceuticalist, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I don't know what you want to call it, but I mean, I actually was kind of a crazy drug dealer, dude. I'm sorry, but I was. It's like, I'm not proud of it. I'm just saying that's a reality that we have to broach when I talk about dating you. Do you want to date somebody who was a drug dealer? Because are you okay with that? Are you okay with the lead singer type that likes to get fucked out on drugs all the time? And I'm not like that right now, and probably won't be ever again. But who knows? I mean, I'm Jim Morrison. Who the fuck knows what Jim Morrison does? I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. In the lands of gods and monsters, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do. Looking for innocence lost. And I don't, yeah. So I'm not scared of dating. I'm scared of honesty because I know I have to broach these subjects. Most men don't have this issue. Most men are like, oh, I cheated on my girlfriend one time. I was weak that one time, and I lost her. She was the love of my life, or whatever. Or like, you know, I did something dumb. I caught a DUI and she left me, or something, shit like that, right? Most men have dumb stuff. I'm like, oh, are you okay with the kingpin stuff? The men are still gunning for me and have swatted me recently and shit like this. Are you okay with the fact that one of my best friends is a meth cook? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? You know, are you okay with me not being religious? You know, are you okay with me not believing in anything, pretty much? Are you okay with my 105 hour a week video game habit? I mean, most junkies aren't even that dedicated. You know, most junkies aren't that dedicated. They go and lie down in bed somewhere sooner or later. I don't do that. I'm up fucking 14 hours a day, every single fucking day, 105 hours a fucking week if I'm lucky. It's usually more or less, depending on what kind of week it is. And I just, you know, all those red flags, I want to put them on my dating profile, but I'll never get a swipe, because it's like, you know, but I'm hoping that that's interesting enough that it might be appealing to some women. I at least have a strong personality. I lived my life. I did crazy things, been in some high-speed car chases with the cops, and lived to tell the tale. And no, I didn't do it to put other people at risk, you know? It's just kind of crazy. It's like, you know, I lived to tell the tale. I like riding motorcycles and stuff like this. There's all this other stuff that like most women be like, no, I don't like that. You know, I'm a left-wing liberal. I won't date a right-winger. So that cuts out 50% of them right then and there. I will not date a fucking right-winger. It's full-blown, like, I'm the opposition, understand, bitch? I don't want to be in the same room as a right-winger. I don't want to be in the same room as a right-winger. I'm sorry. It's just being full-blown fucking honest. I'm as left as they fucking come. So there goes 50% of the dating pool. Poof, gone. Then you have to say, oh, I'm a professional video gamer who plays video games 100 hours a week, like all your ex-boyfriends who you hate. Yes, I do play WoW for hundreds of hours. Yes, I did so recently. Like, you know, yes, I do drink at least twice a week, preferably 5 times, something like that. Yes, I do smoke, and I smoke fucking religiously, and I spend $1,200 a year on it, or something like that. Yes, I do. Like, yes, I do have emphysema, basically. I'm so healthy. I'm only 270 pounds or whatever. Like, it goes on, you know? And it's just like, oh man, if you can get past all 50 of the red flags, then fucking swipe me, baby. Personality's where I live, no shame. You know what I'm saying? And I haven't found a way to say it, but I think I kind of have to be honest on my dating profile, because the things are so alarming and so red flag and so loud. They're like, meth addiction, heroin addiction, high-speed chases with cops, oh, you're fat, you're old, oh, you're poor, you're gonna inherit, but you don't have any money right now. Yeah, how much money do I have right now? I can't show you guys without doxing, but I literally have access to, in the world, and it's not like I've got savings, that's for the computer, right? So in the world right now, if I wanted to take a girl on the date, that would be a no-no. It'd just be like, an answer is no, I can't do that right now, sorry. Because I've got $8.85. I don't know how to do this without doxing myself. I can't do this without doxing myself, but I've got $8.85. I'm not kidding. I've got $8.85. I don't, like, hey, will $8.85 get me a date? Yeah, I'm on disability for the government for being retarded and autistic. Yeah, oh yeah, I got memory issues. I'm not gonna remember your name. I'm not gonna remember the color of your fucking eyes. Okay, one time, fucking Cloud Candy almost left me because she was like, what are the color of my eyes? And I said brown. And she was like, you are an idiot. And I was like, what? And she's like, you see my eyes. You've seen pictures. You come to my Facebook. You know that I have green eyes. And I'm like, no, I don't look you in the face because I'm autistic. I don't ever look at your eyes, no. I tell her, they're the most beautiful eyes on the planet. They are. But I don't look you in the fucking eyes because I'm fucking weird. Do you guys like eye contact? Hey, ladies, do you guys like eye contact? Because I don't do that. I'm furtive and my eyes are all around the room like a criminal, and I kind of do look wild like Rasputin. My eyes are kind of nuts like that. Ah! You know what I'm saying? All the time, like Christopher Lloyd, like fucking like Doc, like the Doc from yeah, I did all the same drugs Christopher Lloyd did. Doc from Back to the Future. My life's kind of like that zany mad professor thing. Yeah, I'm definitely kind of like Rick Sanchez. I really wish I wasn't, but I'm kind of like Rick Sanchez. I'm like a functional alcoholic genius dude who like lives in the garage and chases his crazy like mad scientist stuff on video games and stuff. I talk shit about the government. I don't subscribe to anything that they offer me except for, the assistance. And yeah, and there we go.
Then
how do I approach a girl like this? I think a girl like this might be more inclined to look past the 50 red flags. But the 50 red flags are the 50 red flags. Oh, my heroin use. Yeah, that was in the last 5 years. Sorry.
I guess, but like, it's really thick.
I mean, it was about 5.5 years ago. Yeah,
eyebrows already.
It's been a little longer than 5 years, but yeah, it's like, it's been about 5.5, 6 years. Not that long ago, I was living in a motel with my stripper girlfriend smoking heroin. Sound like good dating material? I don't know. Maybe I should just go find that girl. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I should just go find Monica if she's alive and just try and fix her. Maybe I should go find Monica. Jesus Christ. Because, maybe I can fix Monica. I would rather fix Monica, the girl who did heroin for 24 years. I'd rather fix Monica than try to land a normie. It's always been like that for me too. I'm a fixer-upper person, both me and the person that I'm with. Like, I like fixing up people. I'm good at fixing up people, and I was good for Monica. I was good for her. All her family told me, they're like, you were the best guy that's been around her in years and years. And I was like, oh, good. Okay, well, that's good. I'm not trying to take advantage of her. I don't mistreat her or whatever. I really love your daughter, Maybe I should find Monica. She didn't care about me at all. She didn't care what I did. She's got a way crazier past than me. She's the only person I've ever met with a crazier. Well, no, that's not true. My friend Annie is also the same. Jesus fucking Christ.
That's just gonna pull at your...
Yeah, there's 2 girls that I can think of that are crazier than me. And I really love both of them, too. I really love both those girls. I should go after them. I do that occasionally. I write my friend A, and I'm like, are you single? What's going on in your life? Because it's just like, because, your mother wanted me to marry you. Like, God damn it.
Naturally.
Her mother told me one night, I was sitting in the taxi cab with her mother, we were going to King Soopers, and she's like, you should marry my daughter. And I was like, I really like your fucking daughter, but she's with somebody. I'm after your daughter. I just told her, I was like, I'm after your fucking daughter. I really like your daughter. And she was like, I like you. You should date my daughter. And I was like, I don't think I can land her. I'm overweight. She makes all this crazy money. I don't think I can land that girl. And she was like, well, right now, but you know, but you never know. And I was like, oh, okay. And that's her fucking mother. Her mother said that to me. And we were a good pair. The only person I've ever met who was crazier than me, or well, besides my XM, is A. A is fucking crazier than me. Definitely crazier. Done crazier things. Been crazier places. And that's my attraction. I look at all the women on fucking swipe left or swipe right, whatever it is, whatever app I'm using. I think there's no way this woman could be crazy like me. When they send me their like, and sometimes they can tell that I'm for real serious and stuff, and they send me little swipes and stuff, and I look at their pictures and I'm like, there's no way this girl could be as crazy as me.
Like, it's just gonna hurt.
It's a turn off. You know, it is a turn off. Do you have charges in several states? If you do, we might be dating material, right? Have you had charges in several states of the union? That's my shitty litmus test to all the girls that I date. Do you have charges in different states? Do you have beef with the cops? Do you have beef with the rehab center? Do you have beef with your friends? You know what I'm saying? Like, has somebody tried to kill you, rape you, stalk you, or fuck with you? Have you had more than 3 drug addictions at the same time at one point in your life? Was it for decades? Then we might be dating material, and I think it is. It's like I'm hoping that I can make them laugh, but I pretty much have to do a stand-up. I have to do like a stand-up comedy routine if I want to sell myself. Because it is a joke. It's a fucking joke. And it's not like a bad joke that makes me look bad. It's just the fucking reality. I live life like a crazy person. So now I'm basically Rasputin or whatever. And if any women want to be around me, it's going to be through my power play or my personality or something. It's not going to be my life. It's not going to be who I am or what I represent or what my job is or anything like that. And I'm sorry, crazy is as crazy does. And I literally, when I go swiping through apps, I did it last night. I was like, there's no way this one could be crazy. There's no way this one could be crazy. I go, nope, not crazy enough. Not crazy enough. Nope. This girl looks like she has a job. Nope. You know. Sorry. Jobs are for squares and normies. I've had a few in my lifetime when I needed drug money. I didn't used to be able to make myself laugh, but I can absolutely make myself laugh about this because it's like that's the conversation I have to have on the first date. I know that I don't think I can land somebody new who's never met me before like that. I don't think I can. It's like an insurmountable, you know, way off into the stratosphere. I don't know how I'm going to fucking be able to do that. I don't think I can. I will have to go back into my past and find some girl who already knows how crazy I am and doesn't care, I don't think. And there's only a couple. There's like two. Well, no, there's three. My ex H, she was the most normie girl I ever dated. I wish she wasn't, or she would be on this list, but she's a fucking normie. She doesn't even play video games. She's a fucking normie. Normies, man. I'm sorry. Normies and muggles, man. She's not, yeah, she was a muggle. She thought she wasn't. She was a muggle. We really didn't belong with each other. Like, so she's not on the list, but no, there's like 5 girls. There is like 5 girls or more. There's more. There's six girls. I don't know if I would date my friend A. But yeah, there's like 6. No, there's my friend A. I have several girls who are named A, so let's try to keep them all straight. But I have another friend who starts with A, who I've known since I was like 14. I wonder if she's single. Let's go see. Because, like, these women, they don't give a flying fuck about me. They've known me for a long time. They know exactly who I am, that I've never harmed anybody, and that I did end up being a good friend and a good partner and a good person to be around. I have years of positive experience with them and stuff. I think I've got to sway one of those women to put up with me. I mean, I already did that with all of them. All of them like me. All 5 of these women that I'm talking about like me. Like have had sex with me kind of thing. But I just don't... I don't know.
Yeah, I don't fuck with this one's ridiculous. I'm kind of doing a messy swap.
Like God damn it. I look at this girl and I think, who is going to ever look like you or act like you? You are such a unique snowflake that it would be very hard. Do you have a husband? Because it would be very difficult to
Watch, but like, let's try and do a clean swatch.
Are you straight? You might not be straight. Maybe she's lesbian. I don't know. I don't know.
The shape of it makes no sense.
No.
Gentle Ohm, absolutely not. I would say the best of these is probably the War Paint as far as pigment goes, but it's probably just because the rest are a twist up and this one is like a classic pencil that you should.
Look at this girl slaughter a makeup video like she does makeup videos all the time. She doesn't. And like, it's kind of crazy. She's slaughtering a makeup video. It would make Jeffree Star fucking proud.
Sharpen, and from my experience, those do tend to
I think
be a little
Jeffree
bit
Star
more
should drop his first name and just call himself Star. What's wrong with Star? That's what he is.
pigmented. All right, back to the foundations. My regular NARS, then we have War Paint at the bottom here. For men, let's open these.
Or is it they? I don't know. What's the pronoun here? Is it they? That's what they are. You're a shining star. That's what they are.
For men, did also...
Oh, she's hot. Oh, no. Ear tattoo.
Send me 2 free hydrogel eye masks, which was very nice. This is the packaging. Male concealer. Can't be mistaken. Let's open her up. I mean him. And then we have the Goth foundation.
I mean him.
Let's see. Okay. Says shake well before each use. Oh, really heavy.
What's with all the death stuff on makeup? I want red.
It's really fucking heavy. Like, annoying to put in your suitcase because it's taking up 10 pounds of it heavy. This one I'm very curious about because it was just the one shade. So let's open her up. Oh, that's a weird texture. Okay, well, this is not my shade at all because, again, there was one shade to choose from. But let's go ahead and give her a shot. Ridiculous. One shade.
It's yellow.
Obviously, not my shade. Oh,
nobody's
it's really
shade.
Sticky. You might be wondering why am I putting it on. If it's not my shade, it's because I want to know how it feels.
To be fair, yeah.
On the skin. And the answer is very fucking sticky. The coverage is nice. It still has like a nice finish as well. As far as like, you know, the dewiness versus matteness. It's just crazy that they would choose to do one shade. If you're gonna be a brand that has foundation, you need to sell more than one shade. If you can't afford to make more than one shade, you can't afford to make foundation. Now let's try this little pot concealer. I'm going to put it on one of my tattoos. So that's really bad concealer. I'm not even just saying that, that's really rough. It's not covering shit. Let's go ahead and put it next to this creaseless concealer from Tarte so you can see what I'm talking about. See the difference? Like, hello. I mean, the creaseless concealer is not my shade right now because I bought that when I was tanner, but look at that. One actually is covering and the other is not. Okay, let's check this Gentle Homme concealer stick now. It's really thick. Again, that's what she said. Dude, it's really thick. Fuck. The whole thing with concealer is it's usually like a spot treatment, so it's weird that it would be that thick.
I lost my station container because I forgot I was mining. I've been talking for 2 hours. Oh, there's someone here?
it's not good. It's like, I mean, look, not every concealer needs to be like covering tattoos good, but it's just not even getting close. And that's like, if you need it to cover a zit or something, it's not gonna be doing that if it can't cover any pigment whatsoever. Like, it's just completely see-through. Let's try the Strix concealer stick. Thank God this one looks like a vape, so nobody's gonna get it mistaken for girly-ass makeup in my handbag. Okay, this one actually has coverage. And it's got like a little tip where you can actually put it like a spot treatment of something, you know? That's pretty good coverage. Again, this is a pretty dark tattoo, so I'm not expecting things to fully cover it. I'm just using it as an example of if it can cover pigment at all, you know? But yeah, it's doing a pretty good job covering things in general. Strix concealer seems good. So as a man, if you do want something that's hidden and doesn't look like makeup, Strix seems to be, you know, kind of on it as far as the concealer game. Okay, let's try the Strix Tinted Moisturizer. I'm gonna have to use the other side of my face now because I ran out of real estate. I just put some on my wrist of this Strix Tinted Moisturizer. It's absolutely not my shade, which is, you know, they all don't have great shade range, all of these brands, but let's go ahead and see how it feels on the skin. As a white person, if I can't get my shade, it's pretty concerning because typically makeup is pretty accessible for white people. So if I, as a white woman, can't find my shade, you have a really limited shade range. So it's pretty hard to see on camera, but this is really orangey, obviously because it's not my shade. But as far as like sitting on the skin well, it does blend in quite nice. So props to them for that. It feels good. Feels like good moisturizer. So if you can find your shade, again, Strix, not mad about it. Okay, last I believe, but not least, I don't know, I guess we'll see, is Gentle Homme, the tinted sunscreen. Let me put some on part of my hand that I haven't used yet. We'll put it down here. It's not as pink as undertone as I typically go for, but you know, it's hard to get your exact shade with things like tinted sunscreen and stuff because typically something that's tinted will sell a like much lower amount of shades because they're just looking to make sure to get as many people as possible because it's just a tint. It's not an exact shade that you need to buy. I mean, it really blends in to the point where it's really barely tinted at all. So I don't really know what the point is of how little tinted it is. Like, let's see, I have a bunch of redness on my nose right now just because it's kind of warm in here. Let's see if it covers any of that. It does not. So yeah, I mean, it feels nice as far as sunscreen goes, but it's not covering anything. So great sunscreen. If it's 20% zinc, we love to see it. Good for the reef. But yeah, it's not really covering anything. I don't really have any blemishes or anything that need to be evened out, but I do get some redness. And if it can't even out just some redness, then not really sure what the point of a tinted sunscreen would be because that's typically what you're looking to even out. Overall, I would say my favorite of these brands was Strix. The products were actually pretty good. The concealer's definitely really nice. And I will say that while the male makeup thing has its issues for all of the reasons I've been talking about throughout this video, the founder or whoever runs the Strix account, I believe it's the founder, has a pretty good attitude as far as like, no, it's makeup. It's fine that it's makeup though. Like, it's okay to wear makeup as a guy. We should normalize that. So I appreciate that as well. All right. Back to me again. Guys, if you want to wear makeup, just wear makeup. You don't need to buy a gendered version of something that already exists because society has convinced you that being perceived as feminine or gay is wrong. Not only is there nothing wrong with being feminine or gay, but there's also nothing inherently feminine or gay.
The internet used to be a lot more fun. As one Reddit user said, it was a lot more exciting, decentralized, and felt like the Wild West. Going online felt like you were actually exploring something, going out into...
I dislike how Matty Balls kind of seems like he's like a copy of Turkey Tom.
Hi dudes, before...
Oops. I love the way the chain lightning looks. Yeah, I should stop doing these containers, and I should just fill like a retriever. I should take a retriever out super far and just fill it and then dock. I don't know. Like, I don't mind taking ventures. You make so much money doing this. $25,000 caps. Let's go do a grunt hunt. Oh, I can always switch travel agent in. Oh, yeah. So I would much rather have Lone Wanderer. I mean, I like Hard Bargain, but I don't need it all the time. I think I should do Lone Wanderer because it's like I don't want to join parties anymore. I don't think. I don't know. I think I'd rather take this bonus. Joining parties takes time, for one thing, and I don't need anything from this game. I have everything. Ooh, what's that? 2 of them. Can't find it. Maybe I should run my Razer Cortex. Oh no, it doesn't have surround sound unless you pay for it. There he is. Yeah, this is easier than just like
Warp drive
that.
active.
I'll run a Pioneer. There it is. Cool. Fatherless cur. Activity, back on the beat, defense steel heart. No, no patrols. Looking around. Sell a black powder pistol to an NPC vendor.
Docking request accepted.
That's odd. Did I turn the music down? $200 items. Oh no, you can't. You have to do Fallout first. Aww. Starlight Drive-In Marquee. Repair kit. No. Can't do that one? No? Sure. Wait. That alien box. Alien ammo box, huh? Okay, crippled protecton or Robo Brain's arm. Let's go to Watoga. Reach the mayor's office or speak with the chief. So the Pioneer has a 8,000 hold. The Prospect has 12,000. Oh. Build anything in a shelter. Mutant hounds, grab the pipe gun. Or Protectron or Robobrain's arm. This is a Protectron. I just crippled him. There it is. I just outright killed him, I guess is what it is. Bobblehead endurance. Linda Lee shortwave signal. Rose's Raider radio. I love the ghoul. It made this game so much easier. I just one-shot everything. The fuck is that? I hit him? Yeah, I hit him. That guy dropped 160 caps. Why did he drop 160 caps? Well, I'm glad I killed him. I could go get some raw violet flux around the blacks of the sludge works and stuff, but I don't know. Oh, cool. I haven't been here yet. Thunder Mountain Substation, TMO2. That's new content. North out of the town. I don't think I've ever gone north out of the town. Let's go from Appalachian Antiques and shoot east, I think. Because I don't remember that place either. Yeah, well, how much is the prospect? The prospectus were 20 mil, which, you know, and it's got a mining hold of 12.5. The retriever is I can make the retriever. The retrievers were, but it'll also I could get shut out and I'd have to come back is the other thing. The retriever is worth 54. But it's not the right time of day to be running a retriever. But honestly, I should probably just keep running Venture because it doesn't draw attention. The Prospect has like twice the space. The Pioneer has 8. The Prospect is probably the best thing to take, honestly. Maybe I'll buy the BPO for Prospect, I guess. Which reminds me. Yeah, I didn't think so. That's okay. Yeah, the insurance for this is 1 mil and it pays out 4 of the 20, and so yeah, this is probably prospects probably actually are the best thing to bring, really. So I'll go bring a prospect out there. I'll go way far out. Yeah, and I'll just keep filling bellies. And that's how I will. I'll probably take prospects actually, and if not prospects, pioneers. Pioneers are good too. Pioneers are more money. Go to the 4th field here and go all the way out there.
Active.
Oops, I need to get on Mortal. Yeah, I'll go 127k. I'm out. And I'll just fill with Telassinite. And I'll bring it back to Jita. I don't care if the ore is like different. Oops. God damn, the ghoul is nasty. He just does so much crit damage. Just not real, huh? I don't know. Three punch to Wendigo. I think I've got the perfect spec and everything. Listening for magazines and bobbleheads, and I don't hear anything. I'm full now, am I? Yeah, I probably should go sell. I'm at Appalachians Antiques. We're gonna go back to my base. Okay, we're at this last night hella far. Get your fill. Damn it. Can I borrow a point from somewhere else? I don't think I can. I could. I could drop Wild West Hands. I don't know. I could drop Lone Wanderer for what's it, travel or something? Travel agent. Yeah. I'll just put it back on when I move. Or I don't know, isn't there, yeah, there's, well, Watoga Station's right there, just, well, but it's free for me to go back. I think a retriever 100k amount is actually fairly safe. I'll probably be able to get out before they reach me, if I hear them. Oh, nice. Somebody dropped a nuke, I guess? Or I don't know. Bloodied sheep squatch staff. I'll put my bobbleheads away so I don't sell them by accident. Got some good bobbleheads here. So cool. Yeah, like why not take a retriever out here? It wouldn't take that long. Take like 3 minutes to run a retriever out there, and then you just warp out. You align to station perfectly, and you just warp out when you're ready to leave. You fill the belly and leave with it. And that shit is like 20 mil or something. And I can make the retrievers so a loss is more like 20 mil something. It's about the same as the prospect. I think I should probably embrace that. Use the materials that I'm mining to make like 100 retrievers. I can make a lot of money. I don't know. The prospect fits about 1/3 of what the retriever does, but I think the retriever mines faster. I'm fairly sure. Oh, I don't know. They're almost the same, really. It is faster, but not by much. Defend, huh? I think some of this I should be cooking. It's kind of bad. Yeah. Yeah, just cook stuff, because I think it's more caps. Fairly sure. I want Lone Wanderer. Yeah, that AP regen's really good. You DC me? Yeah, you did. You crashed this. Why? Ugh. Maybe it's a sign. Yeah, this is like 5 million a run. I think the retriever would be better. It's more nerve-wracking, but yeah. I've gotten good at this. I'm good at ninja mining. I can probably do retrievers. $2, can't go wrong. Should remember this, but I don't. Hello? Hey.